start in a few minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna start in a few minutes. Everything is on cue. I think I can't see him, but I can see he has well done. One of Justice Court of Appeal, Justice Wale Abiru, I think he's on. Can't see him speak to the end. I think his video is not enabled. Good morning, my lord. Can you see me, my lord? I can see him now, but I'm not sure if you can hear him. Lord, sir. And our president of the Nigerian Bar Association is also on, Mr. Paul Isoro, senior advocate of Nigeria. He's on as well. Distinguished sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
Senator
morning to the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Ibrahim Tanko Mohammed, CFR. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde. The President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Monica Dongban Mensem, PCA, ably represented today by Honorable Justice H.R. Abiru, GCA. The Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Honorable Justice J.T. Soho, also ably represented today by Honorable Justice A.M. Lehman. The Chief Judge of Lagos State, Honorable Justice Kazim Alugba. Honorable Minister of Mines and Steels Development, Architect Olamilekan Adegbite. The President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Paul Usoro, SAN. Honorable Attorney General of Lagos State, Moyosore Onigbanjo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. The Chair of the Nigerian Bar Association, Section on Business Law, Mr. Sheni Adeyo. The President of the Global Government Affairs and Policy, as well as Developed Markets for General Electric, U.S. Senator Williams Mo Cohen. Members of the bench, members of the bar, senior advocates of Nigeria, members of the Nigerian Bar Association, students, ladies and gentlemen from across the world, you're all welcome to the 14th edition of the Nigerian Bar Association Section on Business Law Annual Conference. My name is Wale Famiro. I'm delighted to be comparing over the next 2 days. Now, due to the public health concerns we have in our country and indeed across the world, this year's edition is an e-conference. But that's not to take anything away from the depth of dialogue and conversations that we should be having over the next 2 days. And we look forward to having you as a big part of that. The theme of this year's edition is Business Unusual, Digital Acceleration for Growth in a New World. A very germane topic, and we all thank you for tuning in on your devices, on your laptops, your desktops, or whatever device that you are viewing this from. We're delighted to have you on today. So without further ado, I would like to now welcome the chair of the Conference Planning Committee to provide some opening remarks as we move forward in today's program. Now, ordinarily, I will have asked you to welcome her with a round of applause. But it's unlikely that she will be able to appreciate that over the internet, so I will simply just say, please receive Ozofu Lamide Ogemidia.
I would like to stand on existing protocols and say good morning to you all. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 14th Annual Business Law Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association Section on Business Law and the first ever e-conference of the NBASBL. These are unique times. We currently face an invisible enemy that no one saw coming, no pun intended. An enemy that has taken on nations and economies of the world, Nigeria inclusive. Many have lost their lives while the battle to subdue and overcome the COVID-19 pandemic rages on. Businesses have been greatly impacted by the pandemic, with some having to shut their doors permanently. Many have lost their jobs and means of livelihood, while others are barely hanging on. Here in Nigeria, even in the best of times, we operate in a challenging business environment, which has become even more challenging on account of the pandemic. Despite this grim picture, we see positives. We have, in the past 5 months, made giant strides in terms of digitizing the way in which we do business in Nigeria. Businesses, including the business of law, have had to adapt and move online in order to stay in touch with customers and clients and continue to provide as seamless a service as possible. Some sectors are seeing a boost. There will be life after the pandemic, and as the section on business law, we feel it is important for us to drive the discussion around how to navigate the new world that will continue to evolve and consider how, as business lawyers, we can leverage technology to position ourselves as catalysts for growth. The e-conference will also offer us an opportunity to look closely at certain key sectors of the Nigerian economy and discuss what players in those sectors can do to come out successfully on the other side of this pandemic. Those sectors include banking, oil and gas, healthcare, technology, maritime, aviation, travel and tourism, just to mention a few. This conference is one of the first major business events in Nigeria during the ongoing pandemic. And as such, we have taken this unique opportunity to put together an eminent panel of speakers to help us explore our theme, Business Unusual, Digital Acceleration for Growth in a New World. We invite you to join us over the course of 2 days to enjoy and be challenged and enlightened by 15 sessions comprising 3 star plenary sessions, 7 breakout sessions, a fireside chat, an NBASBL showcase, a well-being session, and a debate. Our first plenary session is Disrupting the Status Quo, Charting the Path for an Alliance. And it will be a frank discussion between entrepreneurs and policymakers on forging a new alliance under which Nigerian businesses can flourish. Our second plenary session, titled Business Unusual, Continuity in Times of Crisis, will explore how businesses are planning to ensure continuity for employees, partners, and customers in the short term, and measures to preserve long-term value for stakeholders and shareholders. Our third plenary, which will take place tomorrow, is Zooming Ahead, the legal industry post-COVID-19. It will involve a reimagination of legal service delivery occasioned by the effects of the COVID here today. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our sponsors, without whose support this e-conference could not have happened. I would also like to thank the Council of the Nigerian Bar Association Section on Business Law for the honor given me to organize this conference. My gratitude also goes to every member of the Conference Planning Committee who rose to the challenge of reimagining this conference as an e-conference and doing what was required to make it happen, volunteering their time, working really hard, day and night and weekends to make this conference a success. I must also thank their law firms for giving them the time to commit to planning this conference and for their financial support as sponsors. I would like to thank my partners and every member of the law firm of Udo Udoma and Bello Sage for their support every step of the way. I welcome you all to a conference of firsts, the first NBASBL e-conference. Enjoy our online platform, and in between sessions, please stay connected for our speed networking feature and other fun firsts. Thank you and welcome.
Here. Ordinarily, I would have stood on the existing protocol, but out of the greatest respect for our distinguished guests, I'm going to establish mine. Good morning, my Lord, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Ibrahim Tanko Mohammed, Commander of the Federal Republic, Your Excellency, Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Your Excellency, Governor of Oyo State, the pace setter, and my own state engineer, Seyi Makinde. I would like to pause here to give a very warm Nigerian welcome to our keynote speaker on this august occasion, and my very dear friend, brother, former law partner at Mintz Levin, and the list goes on and on and on, Senator William Mo Cowan. My deep gratitude to the President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Monica Dongam Mensem, President of the Court of Appeal, ably represented by Honorable Justice H.A. Abiru, JCA, the Chief Judge of Lagos State, Honorable Justice Kazim Alugba, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Honorable Justice J.T. Soho, ably represented by Honorable Justice A.M. Liman, the Honorable Minister of Mines, the Mines, Steel Development Architect Olamilekan Adegbite, my lords here present, the the president of Nigerian Bar Association, my own president, Mr. Paul Usoro, senior advocate of Nigeria, my amiable friend and honorable Attorney General of Lagos State, Moyosori Onigbanjo, senior advocate of Nigeria, learned senior advocates of Nigeria, learned friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. To me, this conference is a celebration of not giving up, a celebration of overcoming, a symbol of resilience, adapting, dynamism, and teamwork, as well as the result of a labor of love. And an overriding, we cannot ignore the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. To put things in context, at the 14th Business Law Conference in 2020 will, as have the previous conferences, also be a physical conference. Indeed, we began preparations as early as December 2019, when we inaugurated a conference planning committee. But alas, by March 2020, we were hit by the COVID. Then the lockdown. And the discussions became whether we should postpone the conference from the previously scheduled date of June 25 to 26, 2020, or outrightly cancel this year's conference. Our decision was swift and unanimous. I emphasize swift and unanimous. We will not succumb to the COVID. The conference will hold. It will be an e-conference, and here we are. This is perhaps the very first e-conference in these parts, and likely one of the first globally. We, the SBL, chose to describe this assembly as an e-conference, as opposed to a virtual conference, because to us, this is real. Our reality, call it virtual reality, if you'd like. And it is fitting at this juncture to salute the chairpersons of our various specialist committees, 22 of them to be specific. Instead of being victims of our circumstances, with all sense of modesty, we were resourceful and innovative, and thus recorded the highest number of knowledge-sharing sessions in a short period of 3 months, through what, at least for now, has become our new norm, the now renowned webinars. We had circa 20 webinars between April and July 2020, meaning sometimes having 2 to 3 webinars in a week, covering distinct, and I repeat, distinct specialist areas of law such as employment, labor, and industrial relations, law practice management, arbitration and ADR, maritime, taxation, travel, tourism, and hospitality, aviation, entertainment, mining, insurance, agriculture, and the list goes on and on. In addition to the foregoing, we also organize various programs for the special ones, our young lawyers, including the Young Lawyers Committee's program called Young Lawyers Committee Instagram Live, and then Drafting Clearer Contracts, a 2-day training seminar. As is the hallmark of the SBL, the section has remained dynamic, innovative, transforming, inclusive, and importantly, members have been selfless, and indeed they have been selfless in providing all manner of resources to support the efforts of the federal government to ease doing business in Nigeria and generally making the Nigerian economy more competitive through the championing of what we describe as smarter regulations. In consonance with the theme of this year's conference, we have organized a program that coalesces the breadth and wealth of the enviable resources and expertise of a diverse group of my heartfelt gratitude to my good friend and brother, Senator William Mo Cowan. The good senator was emphatic and enthusiastic in accepting our invitation as keynote speaker, and we feel very honored and privileged for his kind consideration. Mo has always kept it real. He's the real deal. With best wishes for a most enlightening, interesting, and solution-preferring conference. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adio, for really setting the tone for what should be an enlightening 2 days. And as Ozofu mentioned earlier, we do look forward to frank conversations over the course of these 2 days. But at the same time, we have very able and distinguished personalities joining us. And one of my jobs over the next 2 days is to be, as we used to say in the literary and debating club in secondary school, accurate timekeeper. So part of my job is to try and keep us on time, because indeed this is global. The next remarks as we proceed, we are delighted to have His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, joining us. So I would like to now just introduce. All right, I think we are trying to connect with.
Your Excellency, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. I can't say my president, but our president.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Really nice to see you. Congratulate the chairman of Nigerian Bar Association, the section of the business law, Mr. Sheni Adio, SAN, for putting this together. I think he had happily introduced and done the protocol list very well this morning. But I think it's also important to acknowledge in the conference, the e-conference, my colleague, the governor of Oyo State, who I'm told is also joined the federation. Indeed, all of the very many distinguished participants, especially the guest speaker this morning, all the way from the United States of America. Thank you very much. I'm actually indeed excited. I'm delighted to be joining join members of the Nigerian Bar Association on the business law on its 14th annual conference, which it has aptly termed Business Unusual, Digital Acceleration for Growth in a New World. These are really, really difficult times and different times for all of us. This is really business unusual presentation or meeting. This conference would have brought together thousands of professionals.
Excellency can continue. We can hear Your Excellency quite well.
This will continue to get better as we all go along. You're right. This is a new us and it's a new beginning. Have one form of our life being transformed into a very new way of life, to a new world. Welcome to a new beginning. Welcome to a new way to play. Welcome to a new way of living. A new life for men, children, and women. These words were altered towards the end of the last century. Welcome to a new world is now a reality in our space. Before now, the world business unusual terms of how things are done around all of us. However, the exigencies of the moment have shown that business unusual can, in actual sense, mean conducting businesses in a fundamentally different way. One of that affects the entire mode of operations, and that's where we're here this morning. The government of Lagos State, for which I am humbled to be superintending over right now, in its almost 55 years of existence, we never had anticipated that the state weekly executive council would be done on a weekly basis virtually. I'm happy to note that we're indeed the very first in the country to start our virtual cabinet meeting from March the 30th, 2020. And to date, we've held about 15 of such executive council meetings on a weekly basis. This for us shows that things are actually have changed amongst us, and we needed to have a change in the way we do things and way we conduct our businesses as a government as well. And I wish to also mention that on a daily basis, we're still conducting our businesses virtually. Change is certainly upon us, and adapt we must with these new changes. Service to our citizens of our great state cannot cease, and I'm happy to report that great strides are being made in spite of the constraints imposed upon us by the prevailing climate. But an occasion like this should also be a time to avert our minds to happenings around us. The past 4 to 5 months have presented an unprecedented global challenge in both our public and our private lives, especially around a financial and economic crisis confronting all of us, especially subnationals like ourselves. Businesses are affected, health of people have been challenged, security, and seek ways to fashion out new or amended policies that will shield us from the calamitous effects on our people. That certainly we cannot allow it to happen. We have equally engaged with the private sector. We continue to understand and appreciate that the private sector are indeed the engines of growth, and we must continue to create an enabling environment for them to do well, particularly around the small, medium, and large businesses, and ensuring that policies we're formulating, guidelines we're issuing out, balances out at ensuring public health safety is not compromised, and of course, the economy is also not strangulated or suffered. As a government, we have dedicated ourselves to acceleration of growth and development in all sectors. This is in furtherance of our commitment to deliver on our mandate through our 6-pillar, which we had called the team's agenda, for which I'm sure all of you know that from traffic management, transportation, to economic management, to century, are part of the daily things that we're dealing with and we're managing at the affairs of the states going forward. As partners and stakeholders in our effort to build a greater Lagos for all of us, with fundamental to the section of the business law that we're having this e-conference to today, and essentially all around your various stakeholders, and working with us as responsible corporate citizens and ensuring that corporate social responsibility becomes a norm, becomes some part of you going forward. I must also charge you to take personal responsibility to champion in all of your businesses, secure, and we continue to work in an environment such that we can slow down the growth of this pandemic and we can flatten the curve and get back to our normal life in no distant future. I'm certainly confident that this e-conference, which we're doing virtually, will still not lose its flavor, and our distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, will have a rewarding experience as we usually do on a year-to-year basis. And I want to commend and congratulate the organizers for watching out and be looking forward to all of the recommendations that will be coming out from all of the engagements from this e-conference. And I want to wish all of you a wonderful deliberation on the next 20.
Governor Sanwo-Olu, really appreciate you joining us this morning, and of course for your well wishes and of course your instruction as we continue to wade through what is truly a global pandemic. Moving on, I'd like to now welcome to deliver his opening remarks the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Paul Usoro, SAN.
To save time, I would stand on the list of protocol that was set by the chairman of the section on business law, Mr. Sheni Adio, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. But even then, I must in particular welcome a number of very distinguished personages that have graced this occasion this morning. And I start with His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Jide Sanwo-Olu. His own is particularly exciting for me because I know how busy the governor is right now. I know the challenges that we all have as a nation, particularly in regard to the pandemic that is ravaging everywhere in the world right now. And I know the efforts that the governor is putting to make sure that this terrible problem is contained in Lagos State. And for him to spare the time to be with us today, it's something that we cannot thank him enough. Your Excellency, thank you so much, not only for attending, but for the nice things you have said this morning. We take them to heart. I must also welcome specially our Chief Justice of the Federation, Honorable Justice Ibrahim Tanko Mohammed. My Lord also has a very busy docket, even in these days of COVID-19. Even having to manage the judiciary of this country in the light of the present circumstances is quite a challenge. That my Lord found the time, had the interest to be with us. We, as lawyers, we appreciate very much. Incidentally, I must say this very greatly, and the bar would always be there to much better and improve on what your Lordship is currently working on, and also ensure that the rule of law continues to reign supreme. I must also specifically acknowledge and welcome my Lord, the Chief Judge of Lagos State, Honorable Justice Kazim Alogba. Agreed that this is a virtual conference, but I do know that a number of the participants and a number of the key leaders in section in business law, they are in Lagos State, which makes not only His Excellency, but also my Lord, the Chief Judge of Lagos State, to be effectively the host of this event. And my Lord has also always made himself available to the bar at any time and at all times that we require him. And for this, we remain very, very grateful. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen and my colleagues, and this of course includes the Honorable Attorney General of Lagos State and other excellencies who might be present, and I must United States of America. It is so very nice of you to have made the time to be with us and to deliver an address for us today. This is actually a landmark event that we have. This is the very first of the virtual conference that the Nigerian Bar Association is having. And it's significant that it is by the section of business law. The annual general conference itself, we intend to have a virtual conference, and that is going to be in about another 1 month, couple of days plus a month, on the 26th of August to the 28th of August. And this is more like a test run of what we are going to have, and it's an appetizer of what we would have during that annual general conference. It is said that sometimes from disaster comes some very glorious and good things, and this is exactly what we are experiencing now, particularly in Nigeria. We are going through very dark and difficult times everywhere in the world because of the pandemic, but from that gloom, there are some bright spots. One of them is the advancements that we are having in terms of lawyers are concerned. So we can focus on that. First of all, because we must communicate virtually or digitally, if you like, I wonder whether most of you have noticed that there is a tendency to keep to time. When the conference was programmed to start today at 9:40, if it were to be the normal program that we usually have, we would perhaps still be waiting for about another 1 hour before we start the program. But now everybody is conscious, being a virtual conference, that you must start it on time. And for those who are having virtual conferences or meetings with their clients, you would also notice that keeping to time has become more of the norm. And gradually, not that we are missing it, gradually we are getting to roots of this disaster. I'll mention another one. The Justice Administration is also getting to be digitized. And it's a good thing that the Supreme Court has delivered a judgment that has said that virtual hearing is constitutional. And that is going to develop the law. It is going to help us as far as the rule of law and as far as justice administration is concerned. And we can only get better. There might be glitches, but those things would be smoothed out. Maybe in the course of this conference, we would look at other bright spots, and there would be plenty of it for us to review in the course of the conference. In the meantime, all I can say is welcome everyone and hope that you'll stay through and you would enjoy the conference. Thank you very, very much.
And again, I mentioned that my job is to be a timekeeper, so I would like to move very quickly to invite our next, the Chief Justice of the Federation, the Honorable Justice Ibrahim Tanko Mohammed.
Yeah, a very good morning to all of you, particularly the Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Governor of Oyo State, the keynote speaker, the Chief Judge of Lagos State, honorable judges of the High Court and learned senior advocates, captains of industry, learned members of the Ataba, members of the press, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My task this morning is a very simple one, though profound, brief. I say simple because I'm here to convey my goodwill of the judiciary, and in particular, this morning the Nigerian Bar Association, section of business law. Now, the task or the facts that the NBA and the SBL decided to proceed with its annual conference is a statement to the dynamism of the section and, importantly, the resilience and resourcefulness of the leadership under its chairman, Sani Adio, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. So I congratulate and commend the section that they refuse to allow the scourge of the COVID-19 prevent them from holding the 14th Annual Business Law Conference, albeit it is a virtual conference. Now, turning to the theme of the conference, business as unusual, digital acceleration for growth in a new world. The theme, I must say, is quite apt. Indeed, to give one very recent example, the Supreme Court only a few days ago held that courts may conduct proceedings through video conferencing, and there is nothing ab initio unconstitutional about this process, subject, of course, to conditions which a court may deem appropriate to foster transparency and fair hearing. In this regard, most courts have issued practice direction to guide litigants and counsel. It is imperative to always bear in mind to our stakeholders, namely members of the public, who always strive for just and prompt delivery of justice in order to engender confidence in the justice system and promote the rule of law. I started by saying that I will really be brief. So, in keeping with my opening statement, and to afford our delegates the opportunity to promptly get into the substance of the plenaries and breakout sessions, I wish the organizers, the delegates, and indeed the resource persons a very informative and truly inspiring conference. Accordingly, I hereby declare the conference open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Justice Ibrahim Tanko Mohammed, for your comments and for setting the tone for what should be a very exciting 2 days. So we are moving on to, if you like, the first of several key events today, and which is the Keynote Address, which will be delivered all the way from the United States by Senator William Cohen, who is the President, Global Government Affairs and Policy, and also
Thank you. I stand on the list of protocols and say good morning and thank you for the introduction. I'm grateful to the leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association section on business law for this most generous opportunity to address this distinguished audience. It is a tremendous honor to be addressing such a distinguished group of fellow lawyers gathered for the 14th Annual Business Law Conference. I last visited Nigeria 2 years ago, and I would have relished the chance to return to be with you all in one hall where we can engage in the kind of interactions for which this event has become known. Alas, the novel coronavirus continues to upend global travel and, of course, so many other aspects of our lives. That said, and given the digital theme of this conference, it is perhaps most fitting that I join you over the internet. You may well wonder about my connection to Nigeria, since my biography speaks of my roles in senior positions with state government of Massachusetts, as a US Senator, and now as an executive at General Electric. Well, among my responsibilities with GE, I lead the company's global government affairs and policy efforts, deploying my team of professionals, including right there in Nigeria, to advance and support the commercial needs of our portfolio businesses and customers. GE, in fact, has been in Nigeria for more than 40 years. We are privileged that not only are our products in aviation, healthcare, electric power, and digital technology used across Nigeria, but that we employ 200 people in the country in a variety of roles, 98% of whom are Nigerian. And we value greatly our partnerships with the government of the Federal Republic, particularly our longstanding relationships with the Ministries of Health and Power. But I also have a more personal connection to Nigeria. Namely, my decades-long friendship with a man whom I consider not only to be a friend and professional mentor, but also a brother, your section chair, Shani Adio. Shani's skill, talent, and leadership are well known to this audience. As he concludes his 2-year term leading the business law section, he does so with a record of great accomplishment and has planted seeds that, with proper cultivation and harvesting by his successors, will ensure that the business law section continues to stand as the premier and preeminent section, not only in the Nigerian Bar Association, but in bar associations around the globe. I read with great interest and deep appreciation the communique issued after the 13th annual conference last June. Under Shani's guidance, the business law section gave great attention to the Nigerian economy and the role of Nigeria's distinguished bar in tackling head-on declines in GDP, foreign direct investment, and increases in youth unemployment. presentation of observations and, most importantly, pragmatic recommendations suggest an action blueprint that may lead to real sustainable growth for Nigeria and her people. Of course, I was not surprised in the least at the thorough presentation of ideas or the robust agenda these ideas demand. To me, this work and the work of your business law section these past 2 years in particular very much reflect the nature of your leader and my friend. I have known this distinguished gentleman for over 25 years. In many respects, we grew up together professionally here in the States. We practiced law together in the earliest days of our careers and raised our families together. In fact, one of his last acts before returning home to continue his illustrious career and join his family in the law in Nigeria, Shaney stopped by the hospital to greet my firstborn son and offer us his blessings. And much the way you know him now, that's with you, is the same as he used to represent the clients and advise various organizations during our time together. Indeed, one of my professional highlights is the day that I learned Shaney, myself, and another of our Black colleagues all had been invited. Distance and hairlines have passed since those days, but Shaney remains a true gentleman and scholar, and he forever will remain my brother. Before I plunge into matters digital, I wanted to say a few more words about COVID-19. I note that the tagline for the conference is business unusual, which seems apt given the time we are in. As you may have read, COVID has hit my country hard. The US has 4% of the global population, but fully 25% of the world's recorded coronavirus cases. Some of the causes for these sobering case numbers are uniquely American. Our cultural emphasis on individual freedom, for example, causes some Americans to challenge public health recommendations and state government orders calling for face coverings, as you may have seen in the media. I could go on at great length about the folly of those who take this position, but I will not. Instead, I'd like to spend a moment on other causes for the high case count in the US that may sound familiar in the Nigerian context. The size of our country, for example, the volume of internal travel, a federal system with different government authorities at the state, national, and local levels, and coordination that can be quite challenging. The push and pull of multiple agencies offering varied health advice and regional disparities in access to healthcare. As a result, companies like GE that are critical to keeping electricity flowing, CT scanners humming, and vital supplies moving have to provide workplaces that are as safe as is possible for our critical employees, often in areas in which COVID-19 is not yet controlled. Larger companies with broad presences must navigate a web of government orders that vary by city, county, state, and country. You at this conference are leaders in law firms, companies, and government agencies. I know the burdens that fall on your shoulders to keep your essential employees safe, your company lights on, and it's important. The world benefits when each of us, whether in the private or public sectors, does her or his part. You have my thanks and respect for what you are doing to keep society moving as safely as possible, despite COVID-19. At GE, here are just a few examples of the ways we have responded to this crisis. In regions with coronavirus outbreaks that are high or rising, we are urging our employees who can work from home to do so. We had to adapt fast and establish new safety protocols, particularly for our frontline workers. In sub-Saharan Africa alone, we have 400 field engineers, plus hundreds of commercial staff and technical and clinical specialists who have to be on site, often in locations far from home, to support hospitals, clinicians, power utilities, and airline companies who are trying to deliver critical services every day. We have focused on ensuring customers' operations through uninterrupted service and maintenance, technical support and training, supply of critical technologies, and execution of projects, and helped governments acquire PPE where they otherwise did not have it. We have increased manufacturing capacity of CTs, ultrasound devices, mobile X-ray systems, patient monitors, and ventilators. We ramped up production of our ventilators to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, initially doubling capacity of production and put in place plans to double it again by the end of June. GE Healthcare launched its Thoracic Care Suite, a collection of 8 artificial intelligence algorithms to help alleviate clinical strain due to COVID-19. And GE Aviation is leveraging data through proprietary tools that can help carriers make smarter decisions during disruptions like this pandemic. GE Power is providing increased productivity, worker safety, and operations continuity during the crisis. And leveraging expertise drawn from our Center of Excellence for Education, the GE Healthcare Institute, our healthcare business has provided free training for digital solutions and clinical applications to over 2,000 clinicians to date across the continent. The content covers diagnosis, effective response, and management of COVID-19 patients. And providing support to the Nigerian government through the National COVID-19 Task Force Hotline, we are supporting the overflow of phone calls and offering pre-approved and standardized advice to callers. Again, the donation of personal protective equipment from face masks and temperature scanners and the like to help to address the coronavirus. We have donated $1 million from our foundation to the UN Foundation in support of WHO's COVID-19 Solidarity Response Fund. I sincerely hope at this time next year, COVID-19 will be receding into the rearview mirror in both of our countries and all of our lives. However, COVID seems certain to bring lasting changes to how we work globally, and many of these changes will leverage digital technology apropos of this conference. And this is an apt theme indeed, given Nigeria's achievements in the internet sector. Being asked to speak about developments in digital law and policy to a Nigerian audience reminds me of the old saying, like, why bring sand to a beach? Both the World Bank and OECD recognize Nigerian leadership in Africa in consumer-focused e-commerce. Jumia, for example, is listed on the New York Stock Exchange, and Conga is another company having made a global name for itself. And despite a lower reliance on money in offering e-commerce in a society in which cash remains a primary means of transaction. Of course, the consumer internet is not the only place where the action is. And I'd like to focus the remainder of my remarks on the advent of the Industrial Internet of Things, or IIoT, and how GE helped start this technology sector. Back in 2011, GE researchers had become convinced that core internet technologies such as connectivity, cloud storage, and data analytics could have as profound an impact on the industrial sector as we had seen with the consumer internet. So at GE, we took a bold step. We transformed GE into the world's premier digital industrial company using our scale and diversity to drive outcomes for customers. We opened GE Digital outside San Francisco, California, and GE software engineers created a platform and built apps to help our customers utilize the power and insights of the industrial Internet of Things. For example, GE Digital software allows us to decrease unscheduled maintenance, operate factories more efficiently, improve health and safety, and lower greenhouse gas emissions while boosting manufacturing quality. This software provides the IT foundation for tomorrow's industrial operations today. And today, the benefits of the industrial internet are no longer a secret. Some studies have estimated, Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum calls this the fourth industrial revolution. And as a result, governments are starting to get more involved, which can be good and bad, respectfully, in certain instances. For example, in efforts to promote their own national champions, governments could risk taking steps to end up limiting the potential of the industrial internet as a dynamic global force for economic good. Let me be clear though, there's certainly a proper role for government and for policymakers in this area. We at GE put the priority areas into 6 baskets, or 6 principles, if you will, where we believe governments should consider focusing their attention. As Nigeria looks to evolve its approach to regulating aspects of the digital economy, we humbly share these principles for your consideration. Number 1 is standards. The industrial internet is young, roughly a decade old, and it's marked by innovation and private sector-led efforts to ensure interoperability. Promoting open, voluntary, industry-led standards is the best way for governments to ensure maximal innovation and globally compatible standards. Companies like GE want to be able to provide the industrial internet to our customers across the 180 borders where we operate. Number two, privacy. Now, this is really an area where I put a red flag on more than any other, because privacy for the consumer internet is different than privacy for the industrial internet. Data generated by industrial equipment, with some exceptions in the healthcare space, rarely include anything that can be reasonably construed as personal data or personally identifiable information. So industrial internet applications, like the ones that GE is working on, typically don't target consumers and do not collect information about consumers. For example, raw sensor data from a gas turbine does not implicate personally identifiable information. So government shouldn't just take privacy regulation that was designed for the consumer space and simply apply it to the industrial space. Number three, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is enormously important in the era of the industrial internet, and strong sectorial cybersecurity regulations are in place around the globe in areas encompassing critical infrastructure, such as power and healthcare. However, cybersecurity regulation should not discriminate against the cloud. Cloud storage offers myriad security frameworks, such as those from the International Standards Organization, are the most effective approach to promoting cybersecurity. Number four, freedom of contract. Again, this really goes to the difference between the industrial internet and the consumer internet. Industrial internet applications are business to business or business to government, with legally sophisticated parties on all sides. Contracts are the most effective mechanism to address issues such as liability, data rights, consumer entitlement to software updates. Government policy should respect the enforceability of contracts and promote the freedom of contracts in this space. Number five, data flows. Large data sets aggregated from multiple devices yield the greatest insights to the benefit of the industrial internet users and society as a whole. Some governments have adopted policies that limit the flows of data across national borders, usually by requiring the data be stored within their own jurisdiction. My understanding is that Nigerian data localization policies focus primarily on personal data. The industrial Internet of Things and data taken therefrom is a different kettle of fish entirely, and does not generally include data that is personal. Many connected devices, such as jet engines, cross borders as part of their normal operations. Governments should adopt policies that include the industrial internet and thereby limit their own economic growth. And finally, number six, workforce development. I can't say enough about this. This one is really important and a shared issue globally, as evidenced by your work at this same conference just a year ago. As countries embrace this new digital industrial future, we need to make sure our workforce is prepared for that future. We need a bridge for the current generation of workers to catch up, as well as training for the next generation. And to ensure society reaps the full benefits of the industrial internet, government should adopt a comprehensive approach to leverage digital industrial innovations. With digital training and retraining initiatives, labor market reforms, redesign social safety nets, and the use of technologies in the workplace that augment human skills. I would note that Nigeria is well positioned in this area with your commitment to universal education. So what does this mean for GE or the internet, industrial Internet of Things and Nigeria? Well, for us, GE Digital has ongoing projects in Nigeria, including digitizing cement plants in Obajana and Ebese, as well as GEL Utilities gas turbine power plant. And we are looking forward to deepening our digital engagement in Nigeria in the coming years if we are selected to play a role in an upcoming World Bank finance project to modernize the electric grid and enhance utility communications. Greater efficiency and availability in the electricity sector is among the most important ways to strengthen Nigeria's economy and promote prosperity and stability. This is an extraordinary time. I couldn't be more excited about the ways in which GE is ready to change the lives for the better around the world through the power of the industrial internet. we're ready to work with governments and key stakeholder groups like the Nigerian Right so we can maximize the benefit of free-flowing data around the world. Thank you for having me. I wish you all good health and a very successful conference. Have a great day.
Focus on the industrial internet age, everything from cybersecurity to workplace development. Very useful insight indeed. Many thanks for that. Moving on, we're going to now move on to our first plenary panel conversation. And we'll be really getting into the thick of things, if you like. At the end of the day, we have a big challenge with the pandemic, and it's really now a bigger challenge to find how we get back to their full potential. So I'm delighted to introduce the moderator and panelists for this session. The focus is disrupting the status quo, charting the path for an alliance. And moderating this session will be the founding partner at Banwo and Ighodalo, Mr. Asue Ighodalo. And panelists, I'll just read out your names very quickly and we'll get right into the conversation. So we have architect Olamilekan Adegbite, the Honorable Minister of Mines and Steel Development. We also have joining us the head of sanctions at the NFIU, Kingsley Amaku. We also have joining us today the head of client coverage at RAN Merchant Bank of Nigeria, and also the chairperson, WIMBI's Executive Council, Gova Nyembe Nwakwo. And last but certainly not least, we have the managing director for Cadbury Nigeria, Oyeyimika Adeboye. So on that note, I'd like to hand over to the moderator, Mr. Asue Ighodalo, to lead this conversation. I mentioned earlier that part of my job over the course of the next 2 days is to be that accurate timekeeper. So I'll just like to emphasize to the moderator that this is 12 o'clock. All right, on that note, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Ighodalo, if he's ready.
Lords, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Morning.
Our world has changed radically, and it appears as if it has changed for the worse. Many now work from home. The world economy and the economy of each country has contracted sharply. Some economies will contract as sharply as -9%. Commodity prices have dropped significantly. There was a time in April when our premium crude oil was selling at $10 or less. Supply chains have been drastically disrupted. Some industries have literally shut down: travel, tourism, entertainment, office real estate, and massive supply chain disruptions. Our earnings from oil and non-oil have dropped and will stay down for the significant future as long as we can see. And our borrowings have gone up. Experts project that if we are lucky, our economy in Nigeria will contract by at least 5% in 2020, and it will not return to January 2020 levels till about Q2 2022, if we take the right policy decisions, that is. Our social infrastructure has been stretched to its limits and has been found wanting. Our social support has also been found inadequate. Countries, including ours, have responded to the coronavirus by shutting down their economy for certain periods. And this has gravely even further contracted economies. We have now entered the age of the next normal. In all of this, and despite the gloom, there are bright sparks. And we honestly have an opportunity to rebuild our country. We now know we must focus on our health and social infrastructure and bring them up to the highest standards possible. We know we have to be much more responsible leaders and citizens and be our brother's keepers. We now know more than ever that family, friends, and colleagues matter most. We now know that we can and must work productively and more efficiently. We must fully embrace digital, a first world Nigerian economy, socially responsible, where no one is left behind and no man or woman is oppressed. An economy anchored on solid foundations of focused investments, integrity, strong values, rule of law, and social justice. Characteristically, the Nigerian Bar Association, the section on business law, has again provided a platform for us to discuss the next normal and provide policy and implementation choices. The theme of our conference this year, Business Unusual, Digital Acceleration for Growth in a New World, is so apt. And our session topic for this first plenary session is Disrupting the Status Quo, Charting the Path for an Alliance that will frog leap Nigeria into the realms of first world countries. Today, we have a star-studded panel to discuss this issue and to set the tone for this year's SBL conference. It is my distinct honor, it is a privilege to introduce to you this morning our panelists, 4 accomplished professionals and business people. The Honorable Minister for Mines and Steel Development of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my brother, a renowned architect and a man of many parts, 9-year or 8-year commissioner in Ogun State. I think that's a Guinness Book of Record issue. A man of exemplary character, a go-getter and a performer, and I expect us to see dramatic and remarkable things from his ministry. He's a man with immense academic accomplishments, and there are many edifices all over Nigeria that you can put against his name. Please join me in welcoming architect Olamilekan Adegbite, fondly called Lekan by his friends, and Honorable Minister by the rest of us. Honorable Minister, good time as we can. He has to be in the villa for a meeting at about 10 to 12, but he'll be with us for as long as he can stretch it. Luckily, Abuja is not Lagos, so he can get to the villa as quickly as possible. Next is another remarkable professional, a woman of massive accomplishment, I'd like to call her. When you see her, you see accomplishment. She used to be finance director in many first-class multinationals, but today she has the distinct honor and privilege, and by God's grace, of being the managing director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, and not just managing director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, she's the managing director of Mondelez, that's the ownership company in the whole of West Africa. I salute you, Mrs. Oyeyimika Adeboye, your immense academic accomplishments, a renowned chartered accountant, a boardroom guru. I thank you for joining us on this panel. Good morning, madam.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Next is another favorite person of mine, a banker of no mean repute. You think she's young for her accomplishments, but she's inherited a tradition and pedigree of accomplishments. Mrs. Ngove Ihembe Nwankwo, she's the head of coverage at Rand Merchant Bank Nigeria Limited, has been in banking for 20 years. She's an accomplished banker, first focal point for majority of their institutional and corporate clientele at the Rand Merchant Bank. She has extensive academic accomplishments. She went to that famous university known as Durham University, where she collected the degree PPE, and she has numerous masters and other professional degrees behind her name. She has been institutional and instrumental to Rand's market incursion in Nigeria since they came in here. She is today the chairperson of the Executive Council of WIMBIS, Women in Management, Business and Public Service. Ngove, my sister, I welcome you. Last but not the least is I kept him to the end because he's my professional colleague. But more importantly, when we all get into trouble, we have to look for him. He is today the head of the Sanctions Department and the Directorate of Legal Sanctions at the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. go and Google that unit, you will know that you need to know the person I'm introducing to you. He's a lawyer over 20 years experience, and a substantial part of his experience has been in lawmaking. He's been advisor to 2 Senate presidents. He's helped them formulate business-related laws, and he has worked extensively in these parts, both with the private sector and the public sector. He's worked with the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. He's worked with the NBASBL, the Nigerian Bar Association. He has worked extensively with the executive, and he's somebody that knows about lawmaking, what to do for lawmaking, and the laws that we require in this country to turn us around the curve. Please join me in welcoming my brother, Mr. Kingsley Amaku. Good morning, Kingsley, and welcome. I'll go straight to our questions. And Honorable Minister, because I know you are running tight for time, I'll start with you, sir. And I'll ask you the very first question this morning. Sir, the world has changed dramatically in the last 6 months. The world has been totally disrupted. This pesky virus has come to change our whole lives. So considering the negative impacts of COVID-19 and the economic and social consequences, do you think as a country we have been put in place appropriate economic policies to weather this raging storm and its consequences? If you think so, or if you don't think so, what more do you think we should do to climb out of the depressive consequences of this disruption? You'll be speaking, sir, as Honorable Minister, as a representative of this government, and as yourself. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Asre, and thank you for your generosity in the introduction. Well, I think COVID-19 pandemic has brought to the fore some of the underlying problems that we had, and which we are now first to confront. And I think government is trying its best to, of course, to put in policies to cushion this effect and possibly prevent us from going to a depression. The recession, we may not be able to avoid that, but at least we don't go into depression. Government has set out certain things. The first thing is we need to, government being the biggest spender in the economy, we need to put out a lot of money there through certain programs to cushion that effect. Towards that, the council, I think at its meeting 2 weeks ago, approved that government should spend 2.3 trillion naira in the economy in the next 1 year. That's extra budgetary through various sectors. Agriculture being the most important one, public housing, which of course will generate a lot of employment, my sector, which is mines and steel development, and of course various other sectors. So I forgot power as well. Power is getting a large chunk of that money as well. I'll probably touch about the details of that. That's an immediate measure. Government came up with this idea of employing 1,000 people per local government. We have 774 local governments in Nigeria. That will give us 774,000 employment in various fields, skilled and unskilled as well, a good mix. This, of course, will put money in people's pockets almost immediately. We're also working on import substitution. That is, a lot of materials, raw materials that are used by industries, which of course we can find locally, either though we've had to ship out these raw materials and they come back to us as finished product for our industry or semi-finished products. That's another policy. Also, we're looking at, this had started prior to COVID, thank God for that, is to be able to feed ourselves. Eat what we grow and grow what we eat. That's the policy. That's the feed ourselves. And of course, last but not the least, is the support for businesses, which the CBN is spearheading. The first of this is that banks should ease the payment of interest for businesses until March next year. that is give some moratorium during that period. At the same time, CBN is offering funds at very generous rates to businesses, small businesses, even big businesses, so they can bring down their cost. Those are the 5 things that I think the government is, those 5 items that government is using to make sure that the effects of the pandemic on the economy is moderated. If I still have some time, I can go deeper into some of them. Part of the government spending, the 2.3 trillion naira, under power, the idea is to power all these off-grid local areas through solar. And the idea is to import the solar panels in knockdown parts so that the assemblage is there. It will lead to training and provide employment for a lot of people, because we're going to do this all over the country. I think about almost 500 billion is voted into this. We're going to give power to all these off-grid areas using the youths of this country to assemble the panels, to do the installation, and of course, the wiring in those local areas. That's through power. Agric is going to be employing a lot of people. I think these are started already. You offer 1 hectare in your local area, 1 hectare of land, that's about 10,000 square meters, for you to grow whatever you want to grow. And government will fund you on this, provide all the inputs, machineries and all that. And I think that's also taking a large chunk of the 2.3 trillion. On public housing, this is to build houses massively all over the country. It will solve the problem of housing at the same time, also create employment. And the trust at this time is not to use the big names. You won't find something like Kappa and Abato or GK for there. It's going to be young engineers, young engineering graduates to come together with architects, quantity surveyor, all these young professionals who don't have anything to do, to come together, form teams. And you could be saddled with, okay, go and build 10 houses, go and build 20 houses and all that. So these are the ways that the money is going to be pushed out. For my sector,
I'm going to come to you. I have a special question for you and your sector, Honorable Minister. And you really set the tone. Because I now see the mind of government. And that's why we're speaking this morning. The mind of government is talking about what government will do. Government is biggest spender, the regulator. Government will guide us. I think that's the mind shift that this session is about. That is not about government. Because we now know today that government doesn't have all the resources to do the things it genuinely wishes to do. So we now need to shift government's mind towards government and the private sector. And I'm going to come back to you before you go, sir. So I want you to start thinking about that. How are we going to shift your mind in government away from government doing everything, particularly with the experiences of the last 6 months? So I'm going to come back to the point. But before I come back, let me run very quickly to Yimika.
Thank you so much.
Yimika, note what the minister has been talking about. Government, the biggest spender. Government do this. CBN do that. Okay? Is that how we're going to progress? And let me ask you, thinking that government should do everything, how are we now going to cope with this economic disruptions of the last 6 months? Can the private sector do it by itself, or does it want to do it by itself? What are the policy choices you think we should? What's your thinking?
Thank you. And thank you very much for having me at this session. First of all, I don't think government can do everything, and we need to face reality. I would just take our initial experience in the first 3-4 months of the lockdown. And it was very clear that one of the key success factors of that period was just the partnership between government and the private sector. I recall very well the Lagos State governor calling key companies into meetings. We've had about 3 meetings with him, just going through ways of working. What do we need to do? Where do we need his support? That is recognizing that government cannot do everything. One of the key things I would say in terms of policy changes, you talked about policy changes. It's clear to us that our health sector has a massive gap to fill. And just looking at that alone, if somebody had said to us, a year ago, that we would be facing what we're facing today, we might have said, oh, whoever said it was smoking something very cheap. It wouldn't have made sense. Today, we're facing a totally different dimension in all our lives, in our businesses, and we all have to change how we do business. We all know that technology has helped significantly. We're on this conference today using technology. And I think that's one place that government needs to invest in. I find it very strange. We have schools having closed. A lot of the government schools could not carry on online schooling. A lot of private schools and international schools carried on private schooling, but we couldn't do it here in Nigeria. Significantly, a lot of children were sitting at home doing absolutely nothing, with parents who had to find a way to keep them going. I think one of the things that government would need to do in serious partnership with the private sector is invest more in technology. Most people have telephones now, so we're one step in the right direction. How can we use that and technology to work better and to change the law of our country? I know we're going to talk about a lot of things later on, but I think this is one of the things that we need to focus on. And the second thing is, one reality that I think everybody must accept, whether we like it or not, is that this pandemic is not going to disappear in a month's time. Let's just assume we're going to have to live with this for another year or two. I know a lot of people are saying, God forbid, but let's just assume that. And I think that's the way we should begin to think and shape whatever we want to do around the fact that, these things will be here for a long time. And 1 or 2 years is a long time, as we've seen in the last 6 months. And let's begin to look at how do we help people to operate in the new model? A lot of companies are used to people coming to work. Everybody must come to work. Employers want to see people. They don't understand that people can work remotely. Now we've been forced to understand it and to accept it. So put policies in place that would enable employees to work from home if they don't need to be physically in the office. Obviously, for us, for example, we're manufacturers. We have people physically producing in the factories. We're selling. We have people selling on the field. But again, we've also had to adopt to things like telesales. We've had to adopt to neighborhood stores. We've had to put in more vans so that we have more food soldiers on the field, right? Because open markets were short. 70% of our business is in open markets, the carrying of this one. With the get food to people. How can we carry on operating going forward without having all these open markets? Because for another year or two, we will not be able to go and have this massive carryings of the world to shop at. So changing that norm. Like I said, people have phones. How can people use their phones to shop? Door-to-door delivery. We've seen in a lot of developed countries that technology has helped significantly. I know we're a global company, and when we look at China, was the first place this happened at, and we've learned a lot from the Chinese business, because the China business did so many things to just make sure that they carried on. Interestingly, they made more money as a food business during COVID than before COVID, because they adapted to things quickly, and the economy and the government adapted very quickly to those changes and made quick changes to operate. And that's what we need to look at in Nigeria, in my view.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jimika. I fully agree with you that COVID may be with us for quite a while. And a lot of your Fortune 500 colleagues have estimated and projected that we are going to be in a COVID scenario for the next 2 years. And they don't see, the survey carried out on Fortune 500 CEOs indicates that they don't see us getting back to 2020 January levels till at least Q3 2022. So that's a tough one. And so we all need to readapt, and technology appears to be the way. Honorable Minister, sir, let me come back to you very quickly, because I see your protocol people are pulling you away. But let me come back to you very quickly. Again, the mindset, government, biggest spender. The CBN governor is now in the center of everything we're doing. Adeboye said, have collaboration, the health infrastructure collaborations. How will government transfer this to collaboration in developmental issues and policy making? And thirdly, Mr. Minister, 3 in 1. We have talked about diversifying the mineral sector forever, for youngs. We've been talking about it forever. Now, sir, what are your own plans as the minister for actualizing this diversification? Now more than ever, it's critical we do so. We cannot depend on oil anymore, and the yo-yoing of oil prices and the impact on our revenues. So what exactly will you do, sir, to make sure that during your term, we actually do diversify through the mineral sector? And how do you intend to achieve this collaborating with the private sector? Because you do not have the resources to do it by yourself. You must attract patient capital to come in to do this. Sorry that I'm loading you with a quadruple barrel question, but I think before
I appreciate that. So at least
take the most out of you.
Yeah, before I run off. Yeah, thank you. Government is aware of this, and I think maybe I didn't get to that point. This economic recovery thing was led by the VP, and the main thrust of that was that it must be private sector participation. Even this fund will not be spent by government alone. In each of the sectors, we're going to make sure embed private sector practitioners, because they're going to be delivery milestones and all that, with the private sector fully involved in this. But what's most important is that even the private sector has been impacted negatively by this COVID-19. So you find that even the private sector, they're running to government for one sort of assistance or the other. I'm quite aware of some, and even the CBN is coming to the rescue. One of those is, like I said, mandating banks to at least give a moratorium. So we are quite aware of this. And is the thought of technology.
That is what worries us, Honorable Minister. How is the CBN coming to the rescue, partnering with people like Mrs. Adepo Yimika and Igove? How are they partnering?
Coming to that, you see, one of this, because of technology, and we keep mentioning, yeah, people have phones, but don't forget that a lot of people are off-grid areas. They don't have power. And if the government is planning to spend so much money with the private sector, of course, involvement of the private sector on power, solar power for the off-grid areas, because if you keep growing that way, you're going to leave those guys behind. They won't be part of your shopping online and all that. People don't have power, but they can get phones easily. And with the solar power, they can charge their phones. You can also give them internet, which is all part of this program. And that's where government is coming in with the private sector. Take power to them, give them the internet. And of course, with the little phone, they can be part of this growth or the new normal. Otherwise, they're going to be left behind, which has been the problem in the past. Our growth has not been all-inclusive. And this we're doing with the private sector, so that everybody is carried along and the growth benefits everybody. I'll quickly go to those strategies because it dovetails into this with involvement of the private sector. The strategy, using my sector to get the economy back on track. And I'll go through 5 things basically that we're doing. The first one is the NIMEP project. This is acquisition of data, geotechnical data, to attract the right investors into that sector. Number 2 is the artisanal and small scale sector, which of course dominates mining in Nigeria now. All the assistance we're giving to them. Number 3, I'll say it's Ajaokuta Steel Company. That's a major for us because it's a game changer. It will finish that. And then the gold economy itself. We are creating a gold ecosystem in Nigeria. It's called PAGMI. In fact, that's the meeting I'll be going for when I leave here at the villa. We are presenting the first gold bar, LBMA gold bar, to the president today. And it will be on the news later in the day. And of course, number 5 is the downstream policy, beneficiation, which we did not have before, which of course, when I came into office, I will start developing that. The first one, NIMEP, what's about it? It's all about de-risking the sector. We've not had major miners or these juniors coming to Nigeria because it's highly risky. So for us to de-risk the sector, we need to provide the data that tells you to a certain extent that, look, you've got this mineral here, whether you're looking for gold or it's lead, zinc, or it's columbite, whatever you're looking for. So that's, government has put about $50 million into this. Of course, in collaboration with the private sector. The people actually leading the exploration itself are private sector-based people. These are what they call competent person. And we're trying to get that data. We're also spending so much money. I'm trying to do this once more. The artisanal miners, they're about 80 to 85% of the miners in Nigeria today. Government has put aside a fund for them to organize them better, to teach them safer methods. Everybody probably remember the lead poisoning in Zamfara that killed several young people. This is part of ignorance. When you use what you are eating to pound lead with gold, of course, ingesting gold. Government is putting a lot of money in this, supply them with equipment, give them funds at very cheap rates. The Ajakuta itself, I'm sure we're all aware that sometime in October last year, during the bilateral with the Russians, President Buhari got the approval, and the Russians are going to come in to resuscitate Ajakuta. They did it as CSR in the past, but now they're coming back as Russians to fix Ajakuta for us. We've got pledges, $1.1 billion from Afro-Exim Bank and the Russian Export Center, $450 million. This is more than enough to fix the plant itself. And then if Ajakuta should come on stream, it's got a lot of potential upstream and downstream for our metallurgists and all that. Pardon me, this is the Presidential Artisanal Gold Mining Initiative, which of course has resulted in what we are doing today. The gold that these people find in small nuggets are smuggled out of Nigeria to Dubai. In Dubai, normally when you take gold to any country, they should ask for the certificate. But there's a slight exception in UAE. They don't ask questions, they just take your gold. Nigeria has been losing so much money, government does not benefit anything from it. So government has started a process that we've now created buying centers locally, and we are even buying at better rates than the smugglers. So now artisanal miners bring the gold to us, they sell to government. I mean, government accredited buying centers. Government doesn't really own these centers. They give license to individuals, to private sector. So they bring the gold to this and we aggregate. This is the bar we are presenting today to the president. From that, we go on refining. We've licensed 2 refineries in Nigeria. That's Dukia Gold and Ken Smith. They're about to take off. But this particular one was refined in Turkey and was returned. The good thing is that the CBN is the off-taker of this gold. CBN can now buy gold from us in Naira and be able to keep that as part of their foreign reserve in dollars. So this first, we've got about 3 bars now. This bar is already in CBN's vault. They're going to pay for it in Naira and it will be recognized because it's FBMA certified as part of their foreign reserve. And the last one, there are a lot of minerals that we mine in Nigeria, which we just export the raw ore. And of course, they come back to us as raw materials for industry, whether it's like Cadbury, the paint companies, the pharmaceuticals. We've got kaolin, we've got barite for the oil industry. What we are doing, it was just to export this in the raw form. And they come back to Nigeria for the industry. Now, with this downstream policy that we have in place, we are coming to a situation where to export raw ore will not be allowed anymore. A sort of ban on exporting raw ore. There must be some local beneficiation. And we are working with private sector investors. We are creating the infrastructure. We are putting powers in clusters. We are building roads for these clusters. We're inviting investors to come and put the beneficiation equipment there. So you whatever you mine, you can of course turn into raw materials for industries locally, and of course the industries can make use of that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. And you've covered a lot of ground, and I wish you could stay with us on, because I know there will be many questions for you, and many of the discussions by the other panelists will dovetail to what you're saying. But we have some message for you, Honorable Minister. Yes, you've given us this your 5-point plan, and I know there are others. But we're going to hold you to your 5-point plan, because the work of your ministry is fundamental to Nigeria's development and growth, and it's going to help us drive out of this depression or recession, whichever way it goes. So, Honorable Minister, Ajakuta is a must, and all of this is a must. But more importantly, can we please pass a message to the government through you, sir, that the private sector is ready, willing, and able to partner and support the government in achieving those things that will take us out of where we are and make us a first world economy. And please, sir, government should stop having this distrust of private capital. It is holding us back. Government must not distrust private capital. They are responsible private capitalists in Nigeria, and government must focus with them. They're the Cadburys of this world, the Rands of this world, and there are many others, So government must partner with responsible private sector operators. If government doesn't, we won't reach the goals we should reach. So that's our message for you. We wish you could be here with us longer, but thank you for your time. And then, thank you, Honorable Minister. Ngove, let me come to you, You've listened to the Honorable Minister, you've listened to Yimika. And your industry is critical to what's going on in this country. And your industry is extremely critical to providing the facility and the basis for us to grow ourselves out of the problems we're in. A big part of our refrain in seeking to develop over the years has been the role of real, and that's real patient foreign direct investment, the kind of investment that brought Cadbury into this country. Now that portfolio investment has dried up, that's clear, and we've seen the exit of portfolio investors, how do we now attract real development capital that stays? How do we attract true, genuine private sector partners? And in these times, can we truly attract them the way our own landscape, our policies, our laws are? Can we attract them? And, secondly, what's the trend you're seeing in your own environment in RAND? What's the direction of capital flow? And what must we do in Nigeria if the direction of capital flow is outwards? What must we do to bring it inwards? Because we know that government cannot afford all the things it wants to do. That the only way Nigeria is going to grow is private capital. And what do we need to do? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. There's a lot of questions. I will try to answer them all, but if I miss any out, please let me know. And thank you very much to the MBA section on business law for having me on the panel. I think the first thing I'd like to say is we typically see FDI and FPI as one is good and one is bad. Play different roles, but they're both very important. And what we need to be mindful of is the balance. So very quickly, I'll just sort of explain what the difference is in the two, and then I'll land on the FDI, which is the focus of the conversation today. So the FPI, the foreign portfolio investors, are those who are investing in equities or in securities. We typically refer to those investments as hot money. Given the right environment, given the right scenario, you can attract a lot of that coming in. And as a country, we do need to have some level of FPI coming in. Now, the FDIs, the foreign direct investment, are referred to as the real investment because it typically is invested in a tangible form.
That's the Cadbury-like investment, okay?
So they're coming in and they're either buying a company or investing in a company, and so you get these investments coming in either horizontal, same businesses, or they're buying something that they're not already in, or concept creation. You see transfer of technology and skills, and from a tenor perspective or brownfield, and have done very, very well. So the reality is, when you look at the numbers of FDI and FPI into Nigeria, we have seen attrition in the numbers. Even prior to FDI and FPI really swing heavily into the FPI space, where a lot of people were bringing money in for FPIs, but weren't seeing the FDI come in. Now, the sad part of that is we were able to exist on the FPI flows, but then once there was problems with, and it didn't start with the pandemic, it first started with a concern around emerging markets. And then that sort of started about the Q4 last year. And then it dovetailed into Q1 this year when we started hearing about China. We saw the slowdown in the economy starting. We saw oil prices come down, and then it fell off a cliff. So where we are at the moment is from both sides, both the FDIs and the FPIs, we've seen attrition, significant attrition. If anything, we're actually stepping into the negatives where more money is going out than money coming in. But there is some good news. And the good news is that from a regional perspective, Nigeria is one of the top 3 destinations for capital inflows. And we're behind countries such as Egypt. And to a certain extent, Ghana. There's the argument as to whether we are above or behind. But in truth, there are countries like Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria, and Egypt are all competing for capital. And I think that's where, as a country, we need to focus on. And it was interesting to hear the Honorable Minister speak. And so to go to your question around, can we and should we be attracting foreign capital? Certainly we have to. We just don't have enough of that capital locally to do all the things we want to do. So we have to create an enabling environment for capital to come in. But for capital to come in, then it's not altruistic. People don't sit down and say, oh, we feel sorry for Nigeria today, less than a couple of $1 million. There has to be a purpose to which that money is coming in. We have to be able to compete favorably against Egypt, against Ghana, against the BRICS countries even, to say, why would any investment committee concluded, first of all, we need open markets. So create regulation that ensures that we get clean money coming in, but then there has to be transparent work already on the ease of doing business. But I would argue that in addition to just, we can't only attract people. The work is threefold. You have to attract, and then you've got to also tell the policymakers internally what the enabling environment should look like for capital to come in. So there has to be a constant conversation between both sides of the equation. You know, you want to invest in Nigeria, what would you like to see optimally before you come in? And that has to be passed on to the right policymakers so that we create that environment. And we've got to think very carefully about the sectors. I liked when Yimika talked about technology. I think my biggest concern, and when I looked at the question you sent me earlier, you said, you know, a clear development agenda. And that, I think, is what is missing. We need to have a clearly articulated and disseminated plan around what are the sectors as a country we want to focus on, we want to encourage flows into, and what sort of enabling environment do these investors want to see. Obviously, infrastructure is also very critical, and I won't, you know, speak too much around that. The other thing is security. So we sometimes, I think, underestimate the importance of just peace of mind and going to bed at night is. You know, why would I want to invest in a country where, you know, I'm not sure how my staff will get in or out? You know, will they be safe? Do they have access to good healthcare? Is my investment safe? You know, and if something does go wrong, do I have the right institutions to do? But I just wanted to leave with the point that we can invest and we can attract the right investments. We are a great country. We've got the great demographics, but we've got to think of it as a race. We've got to prepare for it. We've got to have
you on the line, because I would have asked you point blank at to Kingsley. And Kingsley, let me ask you about the enabling environment. You know, you've been in a position where we've had to look at what we need to do to create. You know, Ngova said we're in a race where we're racing with different people and different economies and I've been here for 40 years, 50 years or more. So let me ask you this question. And I know you sometimes we haven't had a conversation, but you used to be an advocate of strong collaboration between the private and public sector. But you know, sometimes when people have spent a bit of time in Abuja, their views change. So let me ask you, we talk about government creating an enabling environment for development, and that conversation is never complete without a discussion on appropriate regulation, appropriate policy. So over the years, we see bills like the Petroleum Industry Bill getting stuck in the legislature, and many other such bills that could have leapfrogged and gingered our economy. What are the regulatory structures, policies, and legal structures that are underway or that you think we need to put in place for a diversified economy, an economy that truly encourages the private sector? And what collaborations do you think are required to achieve this? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the NBASBL for having me. We have been partners for a while, so the SBL is like a family. But on the question you pose, you see, the issue of collaborating with government has always been for us an ad hoc measure. And that is where the big problem lies. Unless we the issue of collaborating with government as a very important place, we will not get those policies we need, and we will not get the laws in 15, 14, and 16, when we all started this conversation. The product of the collaboration we had, the National Assembly had with the private sector, was monumental. It produced very clear paths for governments to intervene and create cheaper ways for SMEs to get finances. The best approach and way forward to making agriculture a stable and growing sector for the Nigerian economy. Because why did we get this? Because we were able to plug the gap that has always existed in governance, which is the knowledge gap. The assumption is always that government should make policies, government should make laws, but the private sector has to play the role of closing the gap through engagement in terms of the role of, has to close the gap in the knowledge gap through engagement. And the products we had, like the bills we were able to put together, which we then call the priority bills, of which you just mentioned one now. These bills, when we pass them, or some of them that are still in the making now, have to change the economy in very deep ways. Why is that possible? It is only possible there hasn't been much engagement going on, kind of laws that we need at the appropriate time and the policies we need. I give you an example. 2019 was big on one item, one huge investment item, and it was the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. It became big because for the first time, African countries found a way to galvanize themselves and work towards a unified. But what has that meant for us to operate in this larger market? That collaboration with government today should be done. What I think that needs to be done is the same thing that happened before the advent of the Silicon Valley in the US. You know, when the conversation around the success of the Silicon Valley is the popular conversation, or people say, is that it is the confluence of capital and education that brought users in the internet revolution. But it wasn't. It was the critical collaboration and engagement between the private sector, who saw the vision that was coming, and engaged government, both the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, in fashioning the best ways to change the American copyright system in such a dramatic manner that it gave the Silicon Valley a global advantage that even its competitors across the globe found it hard to catch up. So I say to SBL and I say to the private sector, it is time to stop asking government to do this and do that. It is time to put thinking and call collaborative, innovative governance system, where the private sector doesn't sit back and say, government do this, government do that. But the private sector would put money into advocacy and pressure using the political tools that we have. There's no other way to say to government, okay, listen, now we don't have infrastructure. You don't have the money to provide that infrastructure, but we have the capital to help you. In the area of health, education, there are many policies and regulations that rather constrict private sector, but it requires strategic engagement with government.
Kingsley,
Yes, sir.
You really gone into very interesting waters here. And I'm going to jump to you, Yemeka, because as a business leader, as one of the leading business leaders now, that must seek a way to collaborate with government and entice government to want to collaborate with you. That's what I think I'm hearing from him. How do we entice government to want to collaborate from us, to government? We should be the ones having that knowledge engagement and telling government that government, you don't have money, we will give you money. Okay, so what are your thoughts on this, Yemeka? And if it is so, how do you think you as a business leader with your colleagues should galvanize this process to get government to trust us and want to partner with us?
Thank you. I think, first of all, this is interesting to expect the private sector to call government to do various things. I agree. First of all, I said earlier, but I'm not sure that the private sector and individuals who went and voted for government, various individuals voted to then have to spend their time and resources reminding government of what it needs to do. I believe at the end of the day, with what's going on, and I'd like us to focus on more what needs to be done. With what is going on and what needs to be done, the collaboration is important. In reality, it really doesn't matter who pushes who. Typically, it's best for government to do it. But there are various interest groups that would also do that. I mean, we're members of NECA and MAN, for example, and we are pushing quite a lot of things through those bodies in government. And you see in media how very active NECA is and how very active MAN is on our behalf. So, through that forum, we can do things, and we are doing things. But I think, when you look at the bigger picture, the government needs to lead the process. Yes, we are not expecting government to have all the financing. And, you will see even from big multinationals and enterprises like Dangote ourselves, we have a lot of initiatives that we do that, in some countries, government does. We have sustainability initiatives, helping farmers. We have a lot of backward integration happening. Ourselves and various multinationals are doing that just to revive the economy and to help us going forward. But when I take things like, let me give you an example. We talk about infrastructure. The question you'd asked me before, we were talking about infrastructure, and we said, oh, everybody keeps talking about power. And I'm happy that the Honorable Minister talked about power. Power is really in the hand of government. It has been partly privatized, and I don't want to go into too much detail about power because that's a total, like another 2 or 3. It's so important that government should drive this totally, making sure that the privatization is complete. Everywhere else in the world, government doesn't run electricity at all. From sourcing to distribution, government doesn't do it. We need to get to the place where separately. That's my view. Power is one. A lot of initiatives that the private sector can do. But at the end of the day, for us to operate properly in this country as businesses, and for the country itself to succeed overall, there's some things that are meant for government to do, and there's some things that are meant for the private sector to do. And there are some things that you have collaboration. Technology, for example, I'll say it's collaboration. I would actually say for technology, I'll say government leads and directs, but private sector takes control, takes charge, implements, and makes it successful. Power is another one that I say definitely, but security, absolutely not. Government should handle that because that's the only way you can, from a legal point of view, that's the only way you can handle that. That would be my view on this.
Thank you very much, Yemeka. It's clear, honestly, that the way forward for Nigeria is a distinct collaboration between government and private sector. It's clear that private sector and government must be talking to each other all the time, and they must be listening to each other. It's also clear that government should stop assuming that it knows the answers or has the answers to everything. These things are clear, and I hope we can start coming from what I call the lows of this pandemic and this having to reset and this massive disruption. We'll start learning to understand and talk to each other. And I keep going back to the example of the COVID, the partnership between the private and public sector at subnational and national levels to face this pandemic. Health partnership, resource partnership. And I'd like to come to you very quickly, Ngobe, before we do Q&A. I'm being told that we have many people wanting to ask questions, and many questions for each of the panelists. And I think it's good we have this interaction. But before we go there, Ngobe, very quickly, because your sector, like Yemeka's sector, is critical to how we develop and how we move forward and how we progress. So what do you think the financial services sector's response should be to where we are and help to get out where we are? And again, many people feel that our financial services industry does not have the depth and the capacity to play the role it should play. Yimika talked about infrastructure and government taking the lead. But we also know that government doesn't have the money, and government must create an environment to attract the money. Government is not the biggest spender, although the minister said so. The private sector is the biggest spender, informal and formal. So we need, first of all, to educate government that it is not the biggest spender and should stop behaving as if it is. So what do you think the financial sector needs to do? And do you have the capacity to do it?
We certainly have the capacity to do it. That's why I'm in the industry. Put it in perspective, outside of South Africa, Nigeria is the second sort of largest financial sector in Africa. So it's big. The deposits and assets, when you look at those statistics, we do have depth. I think to really analyze the sector, depth is one way of looking at it. You also look at access. And then you look at what's the asset side relative to GDP. And that, I think, is where there's significant growth. So Nigeria is currently hovering around the 10% mark. And when you look at countries like South Africa that are around the 70, 80% mark, and then across other countries where, when you look at OECD and BRICS, around the 30% mark is a good way. You can see that there's scope for growth. But as an industry, we've come a long way. So, 10, 15 years ago, you had the issues of illiquidity, you had very fragmented institutions. Now they've grown. Looking at the size and scale, looking at the players, you've got very strong, I don't like to call them locals because they're not. A lot of them are quite big regional players. And even if they're only in Nigeria, they're humongous in terms of size and scale. And you also got the international players. And then don't look at just banks. I mean, you look at the financial institutions, there are a number of other players that provide credit in one way or the other. To get us out of this, I think the banks are already doing it. And we've got a great regulator in the CBN to the extent that they've helped us to provide the latitude to do a number of things. So restructure existing facilities, try and provide assistance to sectors of the economy that we need growth to happen in. So encouraging us to lend into those, creating frameworks, allowances that the institutions can draw on to then deepen. The area that I think we need to work on is access to capital. And that access to capital, spans obviously regulations around how people interact in the market, around how we attract that capital in, because people need to feel that my capital is safe. And if they're not sure, because either the fundamentals around the economy are shaky or there's huge country risk, then you won't see the inflows come in and you won't see the interaction. It's really about safety. My money is safer if I put it under my bed than putting it in an institution or supporting an industry that I'm not sure what's going to happen tomorrow. So a lot of the growth that our industry can catalyze is dependent on collaboration. And it's really around how government, private sector come together to chart a path for the country as a whole. And then focusing on the areas that we think are critical, and then all coming together to make that work. I don't see how we can do it in silos, which is, to me, the way that we're doing it at the moment and why we're not successful.
So we all need to come together. We can't do silo growth. It doesn't happen. We need to come together to determine how we are going to proceed and to actively implement how we proceed. Let me go to Q&A. We don't have very much time. I think we have less than 15 minutes. And there's so many questions out here. But let me go to Q&A. And let me apologize up front to those who have questions for the Honorable Minister. What I will do is ask the organizers to please send these questions to the Honorable Minister, and so that he can directly message you in response. I'm so sorry. And like I said, he had to run off. But I will start off here with question. Let me start off with you, Kingsley. There's a question here for you. The current alliance between the private and public sector does not appear to be working. Are government agencies ready to disrupt and adapt to a new way of working that actively seeks out and leverages private initiatives for public benefit? Let me ask again. The current alliance between the private and public sector does not appear to be working. Are government agencies ready to disrupt and adapt to a new way of working that actively seeks out and leverages private initiatives for public benefit. So that's for you, Kingsley. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay. I think that question is quite on point. It is true that the alliance today isn't working, but I think why it is not working isn't because collaboration isn't the way to go. It is because the strategy for engagement has been faulty. Now, why is it faulty? To politics and government, just like any other aspect of our life and society, thrives a whole lot under incentives and disincentives. We haven't been able to craft the engagement in such a manner that shows government that it is also a winner in the process, and also that if it doesn't do what it needs to do, that there will be consequences for itself. So to a large extent, our policies and government have continued to run on a zero-sum pedestal, on a parallel, so to speak, where it is either my way or the highway. And so the approach of private sector hasn't taken into cognizance what is going on and how to reshape it through carrot and stick method. I think private sector is a little bit public shy, and so does not confront government so much because, again, the government is giving the impression that it is too big. If you go against government, it's going to come hard at you. But this is not going against government. It is simply engaging more strategically in such a way that government wins and you win as a private sector. And therefore, I propose, and it's simple, that the strategy that will survive and continue to make ends is that strategy that is broad-based, the strategy that is open and data-driven. There is a whole lot of ad hoc strategy for engagement that is going on in the private sector. I think that Mrs. Oyemika was responding to the initial inference I made, which gave the impression that government, the private sector should go looking for government to engage. It isn't necessarily that, and that's where that paradigm is the wrong paradigm. It is a collaboration that, just like the way we find partnership, if I want to go into business, I will look for someone who has a comparative advantage or an enabling advantage that helps me, and I engage with the person. Whether the person comes to me first or I go there first, the most important thing is that my strategy ensures that we collaborate. Therefore, the collaboration must be deliberate, it must be strategic, it must be well thought out. What is in it for government? What is in it for the private sector? What is the ultimate purpose? Private sector, public sector engagement is that the private sector also has to face the challenge of being a short-time player. As a private sector player, like Cadbury, you will, at the end of the year, give account as to how much you have earned. Highest is 5 years. If you don't earn anything, you might run into trouble. But government does not have that level of risk. And so you, as Cadbury, do not want to be into a long-term relationship that you don't see the end game. But it has to be done. If we want to move our vision if we want to move the private sector in Nigeria to a better place, government is your biggest factor. And if government does not play its role well, the Nigerian private sector continue to suffer severely, even in the midst of a major, beautiful prospect as the Nigerian market can give you.
Kingsley, thank you very much. And that dovetails to a question for Yimika. If the government doesn't play its role well, then it appears we're all sunk. Now, let me ask you a question, Yimika, straight off. This straight to you. Please, can you ask Mrs. Adeboye, do you think that the government distrusts the private sector? Do you think that government distrusts the private sector? If you think so, what do you think must now be done to rebuild trust? So we then go to what Kingsley said. How do we get government to work better with the private sector so that we can catapult Nigeria into the first world in the shortest possible time? So, Mrs. Adeboye, do you think government distrusts the private sector? If it is so, why? And what do we need to do about it?
I don't think the government distrusts the private sector. In all fairness, there have been quite a lot of joint initiative between the private and public sector. So I don't believe the government distrusts the private sector at all. If you look, for example, at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, which you know quite a lot about, there are quite a number of initiatives there, long forward-looking, and that's where the private, Kingsley said it. The private sector is not into a short-term relationship. It has to be long-term, really, because you invest and you expect returns on your investment. The only difference is that we expect returns immediate. We don't come in, the bankers know it, you know it. We don't come in, put money in and expect to walk away. We put money in, knowing that, you may even put money in and in 2-3 years don't make any money, but eventually you will make money. At the end of the day, whatever the private sector is going to do in terms of investing, it expects some return. And I think that is really the focus of the conversation. There are a lot of initiatives in Nigeria. Let's take power, for example. Private sector has invested significantly in distribution. We should go upscale or downstream, as I say, and allow further investment. I think there's a fear, actually, not a distrust by government that, if we let our hands off, things may go belly up and, the wrong people will benefit from it. I think that's where the conversations need to happen. It's not about trust, it's about what happens when I let go. The reason why a lot of things are still not privatized in Nigeria is simply because the government is more concerned about the implications to the larger population. There are 200 million Nigerians. You don't want, you don't feel comfortable that, all stakeholders will be looked after and they'll benefit from it. And I think that's where government needs to start having confidence.
You can't listen to yourself. So you're actually confirming that government doesn't trust private sector?
No, I'm not saying trust. I think it's the word trust is what? It's not trust. When I say the longer term view, it's not about trust. It's just about being sure that things happen the way the government wants everybody to be protected. We're a capitalist economy, whether we want to call it that or not. And if you look at every capitalist economy, you have to allow the private sector to do what it needs to do and ensure, as a government, that rules are followed. That's what the role of government should be. Put in policies, put in rules, so that people can do what they need to do. And if they don't do it right, sanction them, but allow them to do it. But that's not trust, that's not trust at all. That's just ways of working and understanding ways of working. I think trust is where, you have to monitor everything. You have to watch people. You don't believe they can do what they say they want to do. You believe that they're just saying it to make money. While people want to make money, while the private sector wants to make money, the private sector also wants Nigeria and the economy to run well. I mean, we're talking about a recession in Q4. Nobody wants that. And if there are things that we could do in the private sector to avoid it, we would do so. Unfortunately, it's bigger than any company and any entity to manage the economy. It's a collective work. And that is what needs to happen. There has to be collective effort by all parties with a common purpose. I think that's where
you don't feel, as a follow-on to this, your question, you don't feel we're over-regulated and over-monitored. You don't feel so?
When I compare us to other countries, I don't think so. And let me give you a classic example. We're multinational. My holding company is quoted in the US. We don't have antitrust rules here like the US does, we don't have monopoly rules here that is out there that restricts businesses from operating in ways that we operate here.
We now have. This is Adeboye, we now
I know,
have.
I know we have, but I'm saying that it's not as rigid. It is not as rigid. You don't, the things that we see out there that you can't allow, out in the US or in Europe, there are some things there that, we just do naturally. And it's not against the law. It's just that the way our rules have been set. So I don't feel we're overregulated. Yes, we are regulated, but there are areas where we may be overregulated, but generally we're not that overregulated.
Thank you very much, Madam. Ngobe, who do you think, this question is for you, directed at you, that please ask Mrs. Nwankwo, who should lead the charge in disrupting the status quo and forging a better, more efficient alliance between the private and public sector? Should it be the private sector? Who should lead the charge in disrupting the status quo and forging a better, more efficient alliance between the private and public sector? Should it be the private sector?
So I'll go out on a
list because I have one other interesting question for Kingsley, and then we have to wrap up.
I think it should be the government. I think that there always has to be someone leading. Now, from my perspective and where I sit, I think the government has got to determine the path for growth. And it's a very broad path. The private sector comes in understanding what those pillars are and what the eventual plan is, and then working with the government collaborates. But there has to be from the government, I think, has got to come to the table with an understanding that we're in really dire straits. And that as a country, if we really want to achieve inclusive growth, it needs to go back to the drawing board. I think that for me is the first step. And that first step can only be government. And I think once that realization is there, and there is a humility around how we approach collaboration, then both parties will come to the table.
Thank you very much, Igove. Thank you. Thank you for that answer. Kingsley, very quickly. This question, please, for Mr. Mark. We've been making decisions over the years based on political consideration, and this has always led to waste and inefficiencies and why we haven't developed as well as we should have. Mr. Mark, what's your view on this? We have been making economic decisions based on political considerations. As a consequence, we haven't developed as well as we should have, and it has led to a lot of waste and inefficiencies. What's your view on this? Very quickly.
I totally agree. I totally agree that our public conversations and engagements has been significantly impaired by politics. Politics has eaten too deep into places that should be apolitical, and where we have convergence of interests, and where the vision should be that of country, that of the economy, that of society, we have allowed too much politics to erode our conversation. But we can still find a way back to a more constructive and engaging public conversation that leads to public value. And I think that it starts with us realizing that governments will come and go. Nigeria will still remain. I was going through recently a paper that was published in 1963 about the Nigerian national plan.
Development plan, yeah.
Yes, development plan of 1962 to 1968. You see, if you look at this document, you will see that really a whole lot has changed in the way we have conversation about development in Nigeria. And what you just said now is very significant factor that has led to the corrosion that we see. And maybe that is one of the reasons why the private sector has become public shy. because they don't want to offend any particular government or make any government think it is not in their favor. But we must back up a little and say to ourselves, where have we gone from where we stopped? If you think about development in the way that we should think about it, we will think about it as, offshoots of, plants that needs watering. We have our music industry that is thriving. We have our Nollywood, they are thriving. But we haven't looked at what are the regulatory institutional structures that we can leverage to expand even this sector that we already have natural inclination and is doing well on.
So
we have.
Let me cut you short, Kingsley, because we're running out of time. So you agree that economic decisions have been wrongly based and we should do a change and a makeover. And we should
absolutely.
We have to now start thinking of how best to do that. And I hope we will have a subsequent opportunity to talk about how to do this makeover. And I'd like to thank our panelists. But before you go, I won't let you get off so easily. I'd like you to have 10 seconds of a last word. Disrupting the status quo. We need to chart the path for a forged alliance between public, private sector, and every sector and every stakeholder. And we need to work hard at this because Nigeria needs to become a first world country with all the talent that it has. So closing statement, 5 seconds. You go first.
It's critical that we disrupt the status quo because status quo is a recession and possibly a depression. And so we definitely need to come together. We need inclusive, sustainable growth. And we need public and private partnership. That's the only way that we can do this.
Thank you very much, Madam. Kingsley.
I think there is no alternative to finding and forging a more effective collaboration between government and the private sector. And we must begin to put our effort, very strong effort to making it work, irrespective of what the differences are, unless we begin to create our values based on collaboration, they wouldn't last. They will fizzle away. Our short-timism has not helped us, and working in parallels is exactly why we are where we are. So we don't have any choice but to do that.
Thank you very much, Kingsley. Yimika?
I think I'll twist this a little bit and throw a question back at you and say that what can the SBL do to facilitate a process? Because we all agree that needs to be collaboration. Somebody's got to take the first step. And typically when these things need to happen, it's always good for someone to spearhead it or at least facilitate, make the both parties come together. So what can SBL do to bring both parties together? I would put that charge back to the team and say, this is really what needs to happen, but how do we do it? We're a nation of 200 million people, and we're very smart, we talk a lot. Everywhere I go, I hear Nigeria, everyone has an opinion on what we need to do to fix Nigeria, but we haven't fixed it. So to fix it, I think we need to make it happen. We need to do things to make this happen. So how do we put the heads together to make these things happen? Is my charge back to the SBL. What can you do to facilitate, to enable this collaboration?
I believe that very quickly, the SBL, working with the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, working with MAN, working with NECA, and working with the organized private sector, and even the informal private sector, will work harder to engage with government. I think there needs to be a bridge building so that government understands the capacities of the private sector, appreciates those capacities, and utilizes those capacities. At the same time, the private sector also needs to work well. I don't want to use the word trust. I see you don't like that word. So the private sector itself needs to work well with government and encourage government to provide the enabling environment. I think it's critical. If we have the enabling environment, and we've all talked brilliantly about the kind of environment that will attract a lot more investment, and government needs to take that seriously. I know the vice president's committee is working, the enabling business environments. They're working hard, but they've really just only scratched the surface. The big elephants in the room haven't been dealt with. You know, the security issues, for instance, that's a big elephant in the room. Power, another big elephant in the room. You know, and there are really big elephants in the room that make you decide whether you want to bring your money here or go somewhere else. It's competition for capital. It's as simple as that. So we need to deal with, and the enabling business environment, they've done well, but there's a lot more they need to do to deal with the big elephants. And I think we all just need to come together and work at this and keep talking. But I think where we've always fallen short as a country is the implementation process. You know, we have great laws, we have great thoughts. Like you said, Yimika, you know, everywhere you go, Nigerians are top everywhere in the world. Nigerians have a view, even on little things as mundane as football and as big as development plan, they always have a view. And they think their view is the best view. But so we need to harness all of this so that we can move forward. At this point, I'd like to really thank the SBL for giving us this opportunity and this platform to talk about this issue. Unfortunately, we don't have as much time as we would all love to have so that we can further do greater justice to this. There's so many questions for all the panelists. We haven't even started, you know. And what I'll suggest to the organizers is please, if you can arrange the questions for each panelist and send it direct to them. And if the panelists, please, I know you're all extremely busy people, spend a few minutes, please respond, and so that we can send back the responses either directly or through the SBL to the people that have asked this question. I thank you so much. I know we've eaten into your day and into your time, but I think it's well worth it. I think what we've been able to achieve today is good for the progress of our country. I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister in absentia for his time. I know that we had to really claw back at him and thank him so much. I thank you, Yimika, for your time. I know you're extremely busy. You're taking care of the whole of West Africa. We're extremely proud of you and your achievements. Thank you so much. And thank you for finding the time to join us. Ngoven, I thank you so much. I know you are half on holiday and you had to come back to do this. I thank you so much. I thank you for the waves you're making in the banking sector and the contributions of your bank to the financial services industry. Thank you. And my brother Kingsley, you know, you keep going from in, out, in. Now that you're in FIU, we expect to see that we'll see a lot more transparency in the financial services and business services, and that we'll be able to trust what comes out of government. I trust you, and I know you will make a great impact. I thank the panelists. You're a great bunch. You are really a star-studded bunch, and I seriously wish we had a lot more time. I thank the SBL again. God bless everybody. Have a wonderful day. And I think we've managed to set people thinking as to the direction to flow. Thank you and have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you can also hear me, Mr. Ighodalo, thank you for moderating that session. Useful insights, useful conversation, and hopefully we can take those conversations further. You made a very important point about collaboration. We're already seeing that happen with places such as the NESG and of course the NBA and the NBASBL specifically, but we need to take it up a notch given the challenges that we face moving forward. Many thanks to the moderator and the panel for that panel conversation. We're moving on to the next panel conversation for today, and the focus this time will be business continuity. Business unusual continuity in times of crisis. We'll be interrogating three major themes, responding to the immediate crisis, dealing with the economic fallout, and of course, planning for a recovery. I'll very quickly just introduce the moderator and the panelists and hand over to the panel moderator to take us through this session. So moderating this session is Dr. Maima Bello-Osage of Counsel at Udo Odoma and Bello-Osage. And the panelists are Adeswa Dozie, Executive Director and General Counsel at Mobile Producing Nigeria. We also have Nigel Boardman from Slaughter and May also joining this session. We have Mr. Bolaji Balogun, CEO at Chapel Hill Denham, also participating in this session. We have the Chairman and CEO of Africa Capital Alliance, Mr. Oke Enelama. And last but certainly not least, we have Carl Hennessy, Senior Vice President, Litigation, Investigations and Regulatory Affairs at Airbus. On that note, I would like to hand over to the moderator, Dr. Bello-Osage. I want to appeal again to Dr. Bello-Osage to please help us by staying on schedule. We did have that panel run over by about 10 minutes. And so this panel session is scheduled to finish by 1:15. We'd be delighted if you can help us keep to that schedule. On that note, it's over to you, Dr. Bilosage.
Good morning, and can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning, Maima.
Good morning. I'm hoping that the participants can hear us since I cannot hear everybody else.
All good.
I just need to check. Nigel, Carl?
Yep, I can hear you.
Excellent. Okay. So I'm assuming we may proceed, and we have been asked to try and stick with time. I do hope that that is actually possible, since we have quite a lot that we would like to get through. But I'll make my introduction very brief. I'd just like to add my thanks and welcome to everybody who's participating in the session. And I'm sure that I should not remind the conference participants that you should begin putting your questions into the conference chat box now, so that we have a chance perhaps to respond to as many questions as possible. So at this point in time, we all know that the lockdowns imposed across the world in reaction to the worst global health crisis that we've had for a century, together with the combined demand and supply shocks, have had a devastating economic consequence for many countries, including Nigeria. The facts and figures have been discussed ad nauseum, so I'm not going to repeat those. But we do remain in a period of great uncertainty, and indeed, the only certainty we have is probably that things will continue to remain uncertain for a period of time. It's not yet clear if we're going to have this prolonged pandemic. We may have uneven outbreaks throughout the globe, with countries needing to effect periodic lockdowns in order to manage the situation. And possibly we may have seasonal pandemics that may allow for a certain degree of planning. It's just not clear. But in countries such as Nigeria, where lockdowns were imposed, businesses have gone through a trajectory that can perhaps be summarized in many different ways. But for purposes of this discussion, I'll sort of summarize them as the following. The reaction phase, where businesses sought to deal with the initial crisis immediately after the lockdown. The response phase, where businesses were trying to figure out how to determine how to respond to the storm. The re-aim phase, where businesses were trying to determine their future course. And the relaunch phase, where businesses are trying to decide how to proceed at the time when the next normal is a bit clearer. In the react phase, most businesses implemented some version of what we might call the COVID-19 toolkit, shutting down crisis response teams, ensuring safety and security of staff, putting in place remote working, and so on and so forth. And I say most businesses because some businesses, of course, did quite well throughout the crisis. In Nigeria, for example, this might include the logistics, the food, the pharmaceutical, and technology businesses. Currently, however, most businesses are either trying to respond to the devastation or attempting to re-aim their businesses, hoping to relaunch once it is clearer what the next normal will be. I say the next normal because it isn't clear if there will ever be a relatively static new normal. Because the crisis may be a lot longer than we would like, both as law firm businesses and as legal advisors to businesses, we do need to think through what continuity during this crisis means. For all of us, continuity must mean more than just survival. It has to include a path to thriving, or at least to sustainability. And today we're very honored to have a panel of persons with a truly impressive breadth and depth of experience and expertise to help us determine our responses to the current situation and to begin to think through possible future scenarios and try and determine how best we can relaunch as anti-fragile, resilient, and sustainable businesses. I would like to welcome, and I do hope that all my panelists are currently with us, but I'd like to welcome Mrs. Adeswa Dozier, who I can see. Welcome, Adeswa. I'd like to thank Mr. Nigel Boardman. Thank you, Nigel. I'd like to thank Mr. Bolaji Balogun. Thank you, Bolaji. I'd like to thank Mr. Carl Hennessy. Thank you, Carl. I think we may be missing Dr. Enelema, and I do hope he is able to join us at some point in time. I'm not going to be reading. I hope that the conference coordinators are able to try and reach him and ask him to join us. I know there was initially some difficulty about getting in. But while we're trying to reach him, I'm going to mention that I'm not going to be reading the very, very impressive biographies of the panelists. These are available in the conference documentation, so I'll be simply alluding to some of these biographies in the course of this discussion. But what I would like to say is that the panel provides a really interesting range of perspectives. In-house counsel, external counsel, both Nigerian and international, a business perspective, a private perspective, and to some extent, a public sector perspective, and the C-suite perspective from executive and non-executive directors, as well as the CEO. And may I welcome Dr. Enelema, who has joined us. And I'll also say, just in case anybody is concerned, that I do have Dr. Enelema's permission not to observe the protocol of addressing him as a former Minister of Trade and Industry. Thank you, okay. Now, I'm sure like me, you'd like to listen to the insights of each of the panelists. And so I'm going to jump right in. Bolaji, I'm going to start with you. You're of course an investment banker of great repute. You're both a CEO of Chapel Hill Denham, an investment boutique, and a director on a number of boards. In your CEO role, you presumably have applied what I've described as the COVID-19 reaction phase toolkit. But at this point in time, even though Nigeria is behind the curve in many ways, you must have begun to look at the recovery phase. Mm-hmm. So what are you thinking about and what are you looking at?
Thank you very much, Maima, and good afternoon, everyone. Very delighted to be a part of this. It's an incredible time, first and foremost, for all of us, and quite a remarkable time, for us all. I think as one humanity. What's quite unique about this period is that many of us have a perspective very, very clearly that we're in a difficult season, but none of us with any degree of accuracy can predict how long this difficult season is going to go on for. And that's what actually makes any kind of long-range planning quite difficult. Obviously, we all go through those processes which start with ensuring the health and safety of our people. Then very, very clearly, we've all focused on ensuring, first of all, that the business has, the resilience as well as the robustness to operate, in this season. We've all been focused on ensuring that on a regular basis, we're communicating with all of our people, because it's a very difficult time emotionally for people across businesses, and particularly with professional services people. They tend to be quite creative people, and they need, quite a bit more, attention. What's pretty clear is that for all of us, firstly, just getting to the end of this year alive, is a big achievement. And the first focus across the board is just ensuring that everyone is okay. The second issue is that it's an important time to be really communicative across your customer base, because all sorts of customers are dealing with a variety of issues, and many of those issues they've never had to contend with. What are some of the things that we've done?
No, but I push you slightly. More than telling us what you've done, would you tell us what you're thinking of doing?
Okay.
Since we're looking more to the restoration phase.
Absolutely. Now, what's pretty apparent is that as you go forward, you absolutely have to keep talent pools together, because businesses like ours, right, essentially are made up, of very, very valuable, talent pools, and those talent pools aren't necessarily easily replaceable. So when you look at costs, for example, you have to find, unique ways to deal with costs, and you find ways in which the business as a whole is carrying any cost adjustments rather than, for example, deciding that we're going to go and take out people. The other thing we focused on is really focused on accelerating a digital transformation process that we were already involved in. And this season, more than any other season, has made it quite apparent that you cannot run any kind of business successfully without a digital strategy. And bringing that forward and ensuring that all of our customers can interact and also benefit from those digital changes that we're making is also very, very important. Some of that is problematic because you're having to do it in an environment where you cannot meet people, you're engaging with them remotely. The other key issue is to recognize that this is going to leave quite a lot of debris across the system. Many businesses, have found it difficult to finance through this period. Many businesses have found that because their supply chains are inhibited, they cannot generate any cash. We're also working on solutions that help the smaller businesses that we're involved with through this period. And we're also offering solutions to the larger businesses who have the benefit of using public markets, for example, to begin to get capital that tides them through this period and gives them sufficient runway. In our own business, we're staying liquid to ensure that we have a year to a year and a half, right, of cash flow runway, purely from the premise that you don't know how long this goes on for. And I think that's probably the most important message. It's about planning that this could be much longer than we all anticipated at the beginning.
All right, thank you, Balaji. Turning now to Nigel and picking up on the point about smaller businesses. Whether large or small, law firms are businesses too. And Nigel, Slaughter & May, the law firm where you have spent a significant part of your career, is certainly a great example of a very successful and profitable, I believe, international business that happens to be engaged in the practice of law. Since the UK is further along the pandemic curve and you're coming out of lockdown, could you tell us what law firms you know about are thinking of as they seek to recover and relaunch, and what their continuity plans have helped us all to learn? Is the thinking very different from what Balaji has described from the Nigerian environment?
No, what remains true for all businesses in any crisis is cash is king. And I think that was his point as well. So you have to conserve your cash. And that means starting with partners have to tighten their belts. And you have to assume that you're not going to be getting the same level of money, but expenses aren't going to change that much over a long period of time. So cash becomes king and profit becomes less significant. So you need to look at working to get more business, even if the returns on that business aren't as attractive. One of the other things we've done at Slaughter & May is try and help government to reframe legislation to meet the needs of a COVID crisis. So we worked with government on their insolvency legislation to make insolvencies less severe. For example, suspending the wrongful trading legislation so people could not have to say, are we capable of surviving a crisis when we don't know how long it goes on for? And if we're not confident, are we wrongfully trading? So we've helped government reshape legislation for companies. And I think that's an important role for law firms.
Absolutely.
Then, yeah.
And we would like to discuss a little bit further, but please go on. You're going to make an additional point.
Yes, and I think the third point I'd make is about staff. We tend in London to have younger staff and then partners, but as lawyers, but support staff tend to have families, middle years, maybe looking after an aging parent, and helping all staff to cope with working from home, maybe with young children who aren't allowed to go to school, maybe with a highly vulnerable person in the house, means a lot more time communicating with staff, setting up sessions at a small company I'm chairman of, for example. We have every morning, we have a 9 o'clock call for the staff to be on to explain what they're doing, to keep them in touch. And then at least once a week, we have a separate call, which is a social call, where we have a cup of tea and a chat about what books we're reading. We ask people to sort of have a theme like films they should be watching and other things, so that we keep a community spirit within that company.
Thank you, Nigel. Now, I'm going to pivot you a little bit. You have a stellar reputation for being a wise counselor to quite a few corporate boards. And you've advised in respect of some very high profile and consequential business crises. Obviously, the COVID crisis is very unusual and different. And the crises you tended to advise on have been what one might call ordinary business crises. But do you think the tools that we use for ordinary crises have differed greatly from the tools that we're using during COVID-19?
The general principles remain the same, and that is deal with a crisis before it arises. So put yourself in a position where you are not stretched for cash, because if a crisis strikes when you're stretched for cash, it doubles the problem. Make sure that you've got rid of weak links. If you think that your finance director or head of HR is not really quite good enough, but you struggle on with them, that's a mistake, because when a crisis comes, that really shows up. Have a crisis plan in place in advance so that you know who's going to take what role in a crisis. And make sure that you have a business as usual team and a crisis team. If you get everyone sucked into the crisis, you find you don't have any business, because you're so busy putting out the fires, you forget to keep the lights on.
So points that are both relevant for us as law firms as well as the businesses we advise, I think. Yes. Now, at this one, you've had an amazing career, having served as in-house counsel at a number of extremely well-known multinationals. And I know a few ladies who have decided that you are their Wednesday women's crush. However, given that you are currently both an executive director as well as in-house counsel for ExxonMobil, that operates in a fairly highly regulated sector, did anything Nigel or Bolaji mention particularly resonate with you in the Nigerian context? And in responding to the question, can you tell us perhaps how you're interacting with your local and international boards? Because of course you reply to 2 boards in respect of the slew of COVID-19 related legislation that you're having to deal with.
So thank you very much, MBO, and good afternoon, everyone. It's certainly my pleasure and privilege to be here. Kudos to the SBL for organizing this. In response to, I think that Nigel
I think we may be having a slight lag. I may have to come back to Adeso if we're continuing to have difficulty. I don't know if the difficulty is mine. No, all right. Okay, we will come back to Adeso. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I think I can.
Okay, great. All right, let me ask you.
We're learning best practices from companies and countries that are ahead of the. Hello?
Yes, Adeso, we were having difficulty hearing you. You froze for a while. So did you want to finish your comment?
Oh, I beg your pardon. No, I said, well, we've been talking for so long about VUCA and the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous frame that was made famous. And we're now in a world where all 4 issues are conflated at the same time. The science is uncertain, things are quite ambiguous. Certainly we're facing a health hazard, a health crisis, but certainly an economic crisis. And in this instance, what we are finding is that communication is key. We are learning from countries that are ahead of the curve, adopting best practices, and adopting best thinking, I will say, to ensure that the solutions that we are providing are fit for purpose and fit for risk. Essentially, cash is king. We're conserving all our resources and ensuring that we are not taking any risky bets. at this time.
So I seem to be hearing that all crises essentially require us to maintain continuity in this sort of toolkit form. But okay, I'm going to switch to you. Thank you, Adeswa, and ask you, we're thinking of legislation and regulations and so on and so forth. And I'm going to ask you to put on your previous ministerial hat for a few minutes. Somewhat reluctantly, I'm sure. You've been in both the private sector and the public sector. You set up and chair currently the first, I think, private equity firm, and you've served as a Minister of Trade. And I'm sure one of the things you will acknowledge is that government policies, orders, and so on and so forth can sometimes create business crises for private sector players. And we've seen businesses that are literally destroyed because of policy changes. Now, it has all sorts of consequences, not the least of which is that we as business lawyers lose our clients. But bearing in mind that several SBL members do advise regulatory authorities, and given your perspective from the government, is there more of a role that SBL can play as business lawyers to support the government in making more thoughtful, better regulations and laws, but also in getting those appropriately implemented?
Thank you, Maima. First, let me say that, you know, where your question sort of landed is probably the reason why when I was contacted, I had to say yes, because SBL, at least in my experience in government, was, you know, probably the most supportive, right, of all the private sector groups. And I say that without trying to flatter, because they really showed, at least with those of us that were prepared to work with them, that are prepared to work with government. I mean, they advised us on the policies we were working on. They were prepared to work with us. And all this, by the way, wasn't on a commercial basis. This was SBL bringing, I mean, from ASWE to, I mean, they really showed up. And so for me, I learned that, that SBL is doing some important work. But I would agree with you that it's important that our work continues, even more so in this environment. Because what I suspect is that it's a lot easier when you're dealing with ministers or government officials that are maybe from the private sector that are used to working with commercial lawyers. But I would argue that it is important that the necessary investment is made, because as you know, Abuja is a very different place. It has its own dynamic. You know, there's a perspective on the private sector that we are the ones that are pro-country and the private sector is less so, which, having been in the private sector, obviously one could usually debate on who is more patriotic, right? But that's certainly important that the two sides are talking to each other. So I do agree with you first and foremost that there is an important role to play, even more so in this crisis. If you look at the resources of government and what government is really responsible for, you know, the value of that goes up dramatically if they are responsive or if they are operating or working with groups like SBL to make sure that those policies are targeted. Because my view is that government is actually quite well-meaning. I mean, people do want to make the right policies, but it's made from a frame of mind and an understanding that is somewhat limited by your own perspective where you're sitting at the time. You know, and this is something that we really need to be aware of and understand that, like, we have to give people the benefit of doubt, because most people from where they're sitting just assume that the other guy, you know, is either being selfish or, you know, not interested in his view. But I do think is that partnership between the public and the private sector that is really robust. And every country and every society that has done well has figured out how to make that partnership work. And Nigerian institutions, including the law firms, you know, must accept that we have some responsibility to do that. And I do believe that we are not actually as far as we think. The other point I'll make regarding crisis is that crisis throws up opportunities. I had the opportunity to speak to, you know, one of the law firms that had some kind of conference at the beginning of this crisis. And remember that, like, law is so pervasive that, you know, while you might make less money when there is crisis, but you're even needed more when there is crisis. I mean, when I look at what we're doing, every way you turn, you need lawyers. You need lawyers for everything, because they bring a role. I mean, the role they play is just that pervasive, right? And so I think lawyers must also take that view. I think Nigel made the point that they may be making less money, but they really want to be there, you know, providing services at this time. You know, and I would say that's the way to look at it, really, even if it's less profitable, you know, to do so, because the truth is that, like, when we win together with our law firms. So I think that's my perspective.
Well, you do know that we're going to be asking you questions about the fees that are paid to lawyers overall. So I'm not going to harass you at this point, but just begin thinking about that particular topic, please. We would appreciate it. Carl, I'm going to ask you a question, please, if I may. You've practiced in Germany and the US as well, and you're currently working, of course, with Airbus, which is partly French, as its litigation, investigations, and regulatory affairs SVP. And I'm wondering if, as in-house counsel for a very highly regulated industry, you have any thoughts from German, French, US perspective about how lawyers could better support the regulatory process. And I ask this in the context, as you're beginning to see, of Nigeria needing regulators that are both effective and thoughtful, if we're going to see the growth and development of the industries and businesses that we need to drive future economic growth. I don't know how it works in other countries, and maybe you can just give us a few thoughts around that.
Well, thank you very much. And my sincere thanks to the organizers, to the NBA section of business law as well. It's I can say both from a personal and a professional perspective that I feel a bit disappointed that I'm not with you personally. I've always enjoyed the opportunity to visit, and both professionally and personally, it's a shame that we have to do this on Zoom. Your question is a deep one because while there is learning to be taken from the actions of governments in Europe and the US, not all of that learning is positive. That it's fair to say that some of the best learnings are to observe what did not work. And one can compare from a regulatory perspective, the attempts to provide support to business in different ways. Those come in the form of subsidies, those come in the form of regulatory relief that comes in the form as well of targeted purchasing, etc., by governments. And that has not always been done particularly well if one looks at the experience of the United States with its small business loan practice that is now revealing massive gaping holes, as well as also the comparison between France and Germany in terms of how they've implemented the temporary furlough schemes to allow workers to maintain their jobs with continued government support. From a regulatory perspective, I want to come back to something that Nigel said, which I think is actually quite key. It's not helping the clients with the regulatory battle once it arrives. It's anticipating those regulatory regimes which were not designed for the current crisis, and the effect of which may be, under current circumstances, even absurd, and then proactively seeking the relief. In the aviation sector, there are safety and security minima, which are designed essentially for the safety of safety of flight of aircraft. But when applied to the health and safety aspect, there simply isn't enough data to support the kind of regulatory conclusions that would ordinarily be required. And therefore, a proactive lawyer, either sort of myself or some of the firms that we work with, has to think ahead, how else do we construct a dossier in order to provide both the assurance to the flying public and also to the industry and to the regulators themselves that flight is indeed safe and that travel can resume. It's obvious if one looks at the empty airports and the empty skies that travel and aircraft and aviation are at the tip of the spear, and certainly not among those industries that are those who are benefiting from this crisis.
So may I ask then, for example,
yes.
You, having put together that dossier, take it to your regulators and then discuss it, or do you kind of wait for them to come to you? What do you
We must, as Nigel has counseled and as our dear minister has also advised, we must think ahead. And we can't wait for the regulatory agency to come to us and to say, can you please give us reassurance that the air filters on your aircraft or the surface coverings provide antibacterial and antiviral properties, etc. We have to begin to put these ideas together in a proactive sense. And there we rely heavily on counsel to come to us with their ideas, because this is a genuinely novel situation. And it's not just novel products that are called for, it's novel ideas as well.
So that is one of the things that law firms, in order to kind of maintain their businesses or develop new practices, might consider doing for your company, for example, or for an ExxonMobil, let us say?
Quite so. I would be interested in Atsua's point of view on this as well. What I've seen some impressive, if you want to call it marketing, done by lawyers that I wasn't terribly familiar with when they came to me with ideas on how to solve a problem, even some problems that we hadn't yet necessarily identified. It's obviously nice to see someone for sort of a Zoom tale and sort of talk about the weather, etc. But it's even nicer when someone reaches out to you and says, I know that you've been thinking about this problem or should have been thinking about this problem. I have some ideas on how I might help you. And coming back to the points made by several people about cash is king, also coming with a sort of a solidarity approach, which says, I want to help you, and I'm going to make it economically feasible that you hire me by deviating from standard hourly rates or providing payment holidays, or even coming with a funding solution using a third-party provider. So I've seen some quite important innovation in the regulatory space, but also in the business space, coming from lawyers across the world. It's not necessarily just those in Europe or in the US who are coming up with these ideas.
So great thoughts for business development for the future. And I'm sure Adeso, you would agree with some of those. But I'm going to just ask both of you very quickly, really quickly. We are hearing, for example, that in order to progress transactions, corporates are asking law firms to do pitches on audiovisual platforms like Zoom and Teams and so on and so forth. Have either of your companies done this? It seems that we must be learning new skills as lawyers in order to learn how to present better, for example. Neither of you have done it? Great.
Yes, I mean, we have.
Absolutely.
Oh, you have? Oh,
yes.
All right. Well, clearly
Yes,
something that
absolutely.
we have to learn. Right, Nigel, I'd like to talk about some of the other things that we might begin to focus on other than presentation skills. And I'm wondering if you are beginning to see any differences in the drafting, for example, of some of these standard boilerplate clauses that form a part of so many types of legal documentation, material adverse effect clauses, dispute resolution clauses, and so on and so forth. Could you comment on a couple of changes that you found interesting?
Yeah, certainly. I think they're all pretty obvious when you think about it. People have got much more focused on force majeure and frustration of contracts. Generally speaking, I think people thought force majeure was a much easier thing to rely on than it turns out to be, because you've got to have the force majeure on the right point. So that has now made people focus on how they define force majeure to much more how to settle disputes. And if you're trying to get in a debt, you don't want a dispute resolution system which is going to take you 2.5 years to get your money in if you're going to be bust at the end of that. So you're looking much more at how you make sure that payments will be made, either by having upfront payments or bank guarantees or other system for payments, which gives you a higher level of assurance, and reducing the cost of litigation by looking at ways of settling disputes, maybe by binding mediation or one-party arbitration, but trying to get swift judgment, because there's no point being right and dead.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And Carl and Adeso, very quickly, are there any sort of more industry-specific changes you are seeing in your documentation?
Absolutely. I mean, I think frustration and force majeure are key, but we're also seeing the evolution of what is fitness to work within the realm of COVID-19, given that we have people who are going offshore and in confined spaces, and also in terms of performance, when you are, what is, we're having to modify times for performance, given that you now have to be socially distant. So how many people can you have doing a certain job or within a certain facility to deliver on a specific work product? I think it's going to be fascinating. COVID-19 is going to ensure that certainly litigators have work for many, many more years to come. I think, thinking about your question. I beg your pardon?
We're pleased to hear that. Please go on.
I mean, thinking about your question, I think these are the issues, and to the point that was made earlier about focusing on the crisis at hand and thinking about your core business, having two separate teams. I think right now we are all focused on the crisis at hand and looking at what is impacting the business now. I'm sure there's some blind spots that we are not thinking about. So I'll be very interested in law firms who can help us ideate and show us the problems that we have not thought of yet. So I think, yeah, it's certainly, for me, the big one is a labor and employment space as well, in addition to frustration and force majeure.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Carl, did you have a quick comment?
Yes, I would tend to partially agree with that, but also perhaps give us a moment to reflect that what we're seeing in interpreting the clauses that were innovated in the financial crisis after September 11th, after SARS, etc., is a tendency to fight the last war. And that the innovations that we're now seeing in new contracts and settlement agreements and in sort of, I guess, what you call sort of partial performance or suspension agreements that are put in place in order to bridge the dispute, is that people are hyper-focused on defining to the nth degree pandemic, defining sort of what certificates may be issued, etc., what trying to fill the elements of frustration. And that's not really the point. This is a novel crisis. We may see something else like it in the future, but what we should be learning are, as a number of the panelists have already pointed out, the dynamics of crisis management and not seeking advantage in a dispute that looks just like this one sometime in the future. I'm actually somewhat disappointed to say that 80 to 90% of the legal thought seems to be going into gaining advantage when we see COVID-20 or COVID-21, rather than going into trying to foresee a crisis and handle it flexibly in something that we don't necessarily foresee in detail, but where this has given us a terribly useful lesson in how to manage crises generally.
Interesting point, because we are all talking a lot about the corona kindness that we all hope will be shown by many, and you're clearly saying that this should extend to the legal profession. So that is something we will definitely need to think about. Okay, and then after that, Bolaji, but I'd like to think a little bit more about what our member law firms might want to be focusing as they seek to achieve their continuity and the continuity of the businesses that they advise. We all know that no country can prosper unless its business sector is doing well, and globally, one of the things that more and more is being thought about is the importance of having a social purpose, a corporate social purpose for companies, rather than companies simply focusing on the interests of their shareholders. We're thinking of stakeholders such as the employees, the communities in which corporates operate, partners that supply goods, and partners that, like lawyers, provide services. So in the Nigerian context, do you think this social purpose thinking is something that should happen, we should consider more? And if you do agree with that, would you give us a brief response to two questions?
Yes.
How would you like to see this thinking playing out in the business of, for example, the African Capital Alliance Group? I'm asking OK first, and then its various portfolio companies. And secondly, how do you think this thinking should change the way your companies and boards interact with their legal counsel? I'm thinking in particular of the sort of comments that we had made previously around the fact that companies don't actually use their in-house and external counsel very well. You don't use them as advisors and counselors on an ongoing basis. You tend to bring them in when there's a problem or a crisis. But putting together all of the thinking around social purpose and so on and so forth, what do you think should change for the future?
Yeah.
So I'm going to okay that question first, if I may, Bolaji. Sorry, I'm going to come back to you.
Thank you, Maima. First, let me say that, as you know, this idea has been around for a long time. This idea of thinking about stakeholder management, not just shareholder management. What is interesting, as a practical matter, is when the resources or when the stakeholders that really matter get interested in the idea, then it gains momentum. And I do think that like one of the consequences of this crisis, and maybe some that may be similar that had gone on in the past, is that it's really bringing it to the fore. And I'll give you a couple of examples. If you look at the funding that is available, just to solve social issues, right, and to think about, even companies themselves are having to express themselves socially. Let me use African Capital Alliance. Most of our funding, as you know, comes from investors that we represent. These investors are telling us, when it comes to Africa, we are interested in the social issues and the social impact of what you're doing, and sort of what you might call, beyond, double or triple bottom line, beyond the commercial returns. We're interested in, social impact. So you find that we're definitely even more interested. I was speaking to one of the professional service firms, one of the big consulting firms, probably the leading consulting firm in the country. And he told me that they're 100% busy. In this time, I said, why? It turns out that the likes of Gates Foundation and all these guys are paying tons of money, for social related issues, right? And some of them affect companies, some of them are in healthcare, and so on and so forth. So I do think that like it's an idea whose time has come, and therefore we need to be proactive. If you look at the people we will need to do business with, they are asking us, right, to demonstrate that we are responsive to the issues that are around us. And the other part of it that is also commercially interesting is that like if you look at things like healthcare or some of the other social sectors, they're actually becoming increasingly more and more attractive as investment destinations, just because of the needs and even the funding that is available to address those needs. If you then relate it to your question around companies and legal counsel, both external, I trained originally as an accountant. And one of the things that impressed me about Arthur Andersen of the day, back in the day, was they positioned themselves as this trusted business advisor, and they meant it. I mean, they were really into getting their clients to trust them. As you know, the leading law firms are able to do that. I do believe that is a journey. We're not quite there yet. But the key is that, being the advisor that is trusted. I can tell you, speaking for my own law firm, even this particular panel I'm on is because in addition to working with SBL, my in-house counsel, says this is the thing we should do, right? And I'm, because I trust her judgment and I trust the way she works. And law firms are beginning to operate that way. My sense is that like that's really what it's about. It's about, and law by its very nature, like I said before, is coercive. So it's being able to be there to advise your clients. If you look at places like the US, on a lighter note, I'll crack a joke. I had a cousin many years ago who lived in the US, and everything you tell me, say, I'll call my attorney. That was just his way of life. It's almost as if he couldn't breathe without his attorney. So I think your point is very valid. And I do believe that we'll see more and more of that partnership and that relationship develop as lawyers also do that better. I'll say one last thing before I hand over to Bolaji. The relationship between the international law firms, and I'm glad that you have some international lawyers here, and what's going on locally is very important, because I do think it will help both the local law firms and businesses like ourselves. If you look at most of the things we're doing, they have global implications. And the more you bring in best practice globally, the more it helps us, and the more it also helps the local practice. And by the way, that's probably one of the best ways or the most effective ways to up the fees as well, because as you know, law firms in London are in a different bracket when it comes to charges.
I completely agree. Bolaji, you have that sort of context, but I'm going to also ask you to put on your hat as the private sector advisory group on SDGs. That's one of the things that you do. And as you think of future businesses, and especially the technology and digital related businesses that are the way of the future, do you think social purpose and prioritizing the interests of stakeholders is possible or relevant? And would this affect your judgment of what you want from your in-house and external counsel?
Very much so. So I think firstly, if you live in a country with 200 million people and so many poor people, and there wasn't a social purpose or a mission to your business, then you probably need to rethink that business. And we had that light bulb moment, about 5.5 years ago. We sat, we looked at our business. We'd had a tremendous amount of success, working with a variety of clients. But when we sort of analyzed that in the context and situated that within the country that we live in, I think we felt, a certain emptiness or a void around, our impact. And what we did was to make a pivot, 5.5 years ago. And that pivot very simply was to focus our business on areas that we believe are accretive to Nigeria's economic development. And what I found quite remarkable about that process, Maima, is that as we've done so, we've actually become much more successful as a firm. We've become far more sustainable as a firm because the areas that we're focused on are very, very relevant to the country as a whole. And it so happens that when you also embrace all of those issues, and we didn't set out to be an impact investment firm, but everyone started to tell us that what we were doing in areas like infrastructure, what we were doing with SMEs, what we were doing in healthcare and education, what we were doing with gender, even the way that we positioned ourselves as a business where the majority of our management have always been female, the majority of our staff have always been female. What we were doing around digital and financial inclusion, was all about, the SDGs and all about impact. And this is really how, as a firm, it's now become, for us, not something we do on the side, but it's become our mission. It's the reason we're in existence. Whether you like it or not, when you live in a country where the resources of government are so constrained and you have so many poor people around you, right? You cannot really be successful if you do not have a social purpose to what you're doing.
That's very important. And I guess it gives all of us an additional way of thinking about the businesses that we advise.
And perhaps I could just add that in this season, the most interesting thing that we found is that a handful of our legal advisors have been very, very thoughtful about this direction and these processes. It's quite interesting. We have a tool called My Analytics, on Microsoft, which, for us just tells us about, who we've spent the most time collaborating with, during this period that we've all been working in digital environments. And for the first time, firstly, I recognize how important my in-house legal team is and my in-house legal counsel are, because I'm spending far more time with that team than any other team across the business. But more than that, I'm also recognizing how valuable and thoughtful their ideas are around the agenda and the season and the period and our reactions to a variety of things around us. And for me, that's been incredibly accretive.
Very good, Bolaji. I know that I'm going to be sending a few lawyers your way. Okay. I will try and do that. But Isaiah, I will need to understand how to deal with questions. I don't think we have very many to deal with, hopefully. I'm going to just shift slightly. One of the things that is going to be important for business development is once the economy recovers. And one of the factors that's going to make a difference to that is the restoration of trade, international and internal trade. So Carl, given the backlash that we've had to the once widely accepted view that globalization is good for the world, and the currently increasingly accepted view that localization and regionalization are what are important. What do you think about the prospects for the African continental free trade area? And what are your thoughts on how the structure of international trade may change? And I will ask maybe Nigel to make a little comment around this as well, if he can. And then we may round up with questions.
I suppose here we leave the realm of science and we enter the realm of philosophy and possibly even political philosophy. I remain quite bullish on the idea of international trade. I think its benefits are too apparent, and the absence of those benefits would be even more apparent if localization became dogma rather than, shall we say, a refinement of the international trading environment, because localization is essentially simply adapting to current circumstances, as well as also understanding the localization, that localization has an important role to play in comparative advantage. that we may have taken the idea of internationalization so far that it seems logical. The famous example used in Europe is there's a certain species of cold water prawns that are caught only in the North Sea. And they're caught by Eastern European fishermen operating on Russian boats, taken to a port in Germany, flown to Morocco where they are shelled, and then they return to be eaten mainly in northern German restaurants. That's perhaps a ridiculous example, and rethinking something like that seems like a good idea. And yet, I think that a Pan-African trading bloc is something that makes tremendous sense because the comparative advantage of various regions and countries in Africa, and I think Nigeria is an excellent example of the benefits of this, does assert itself. And it would be a terrible shame if we lost not only the economic benefits, but also the cultural and human benefits of that trade. And I can say that, not just because I think that my company's business depends on that, but also because I genuinely believe it, and that shall we say, the assertive coverage by the press of a few individual politicians who seem to be saying the contrary suits their purposes, but not ours.
Mm. And I just wonder, Nigel, do you have any quick thoughts on that?
Yes, I do. As a country which has voted for Brexit, of course, we have gone for localization in a big way. I agree with Carl that free trade and trade generally makes the world a richer place. But there are two caveats to that, and both are relevant to Africa. The first is that you have to allow young businesses some degree of protection. And you can't allow global behemoths who built up in a different market to come in and wipe out potential growth in your own country. So there needs to be some degree of protection. And secondly, and almost as part of that, I think you need to make sure that you have a very strong antitrust regime if you have free trade, so that you don't allow the development of global monopolies.
Which comes back to the point we were making about having strong regulators and so on and so forth. That's going to be pretty important for our future. Right. We do not have too many questions to deal with, but one of the questions that came up, and it was a question to Balaji and OK, and in answering it, maybe you can also kind of give quick thoughts around the free trade agreement, was how do we see things changing if we are serious about leveraging technology to democratize and facilitate commerce? The person is complaining primarily about the difficulty of doing business in an environment that doesn't acknowledge technology.
So I think that question was also, specifically asking about wet signatures. And I do think perhaps one of the key areas where, many of us have to work with the legal profession is really around, how we, transit into a digital environment very, very quickly. One of the big wins of this period for us is a recognition now that, how we think about, our office is a paradigm that clearly, has changed, and many of us, on a long-term basis will work from home somewhat in the long term, because I think the benefits on, family, on, life, work balance, on sanity are remarkable. I can't remember, actually, ever signing anything, with a wet signature in a couple of years. What we do have is, all our signatures are in electronic form. People have to go through authorizations to utilize those signatures, and risk management is always copied in those authorizations. But that's how all the senior people in our business, by and large, have to sign documents. And, we don't have to be face-to-face or in the same room, to do so. And I think that's just a reality, and digital signatures have existed, for quite some time.
I think that it's in the context of, for example, we are dealing with regulators who do not accept things like digital signatures. So
I do not agree. Every filing we make with the SEC and that we've made with the SEC for the last 2 years has had an electronic signature on it, as an example.
that is one regulator, and they're a bit forward-thinking. Some others are not quite as forward-thinking, so that's a difficulty we face. But I'll switch to OK and ask OK to focus a little bit more on the comments around the free trade area, whether or not it can bring us more business in Nigeria. What do we think?
I think the free trade area, like Carl said at the beginning, if you think about it philosophically, you can only see it as a positive development. However, the reality on the ground, having been in government when we were supposed to sign it, if you recall, and we didn't sign it for at least a year later, was that there were genuine fears that were expressed by genuine businesses that this was not necessary, that Nigeria wasn't ready. And a lot of it has to do with this question of, just competition and global trade, and people like forces like China and others that are doing things in a particular way that give them an advantage. So my sense is that first, it's a good thing to do it, and if you link it to technology, you can only see benefits coming from them. Because if you look at the physical barriers and constraints on doing things, technology can only be a solution to that. The real thing is about not just political will, but maybe what you might even call, just that having goal-oriented or purpose-driven way of doing things. When you make up your mind to do something that is beneficial and you do it, you get a result. My view is that the African Free Trade Area Agreement is a self-fulfilling thing if you follow through. And this was the argument we tried to make in government that I think eventually Nigeria accepted. In other words, why don't you look at it as an opportunity, to go ahead and do those things you should do anyway, rather than saying, I haven't done them and therefore I won't get the benefit. Because in any event, this is a 5, 10-year, 20, 30-year agreement, right? So it's all to play for. And I still believe that it's the right thing to do for Nigeria. One last comment I'll make is that one of the benefits of, one of the silver linings in this crisis is that you're going to find, just to back up Bolaji's point, that people will accept a lot more of electronic signature. Nothing beats having real consequences. Part of the challenge we have in Nigeria is that people are very rational. So if you're talking about things that are theoretical, dangers that are theoretical, they just keep doing what they're doing. But if they genuinely believe that COVID comes from physical contact, they will accept electronic signatures. And I've seen it even in Abuja. So I think you will see that will also bring about that change, because people now realize that this danger is real. It's not something somebody is making up. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's here with us, and we're dealing with dangers for which we must, frankly, respond.
Okay. Thank you for that. And we just have a few more minutes. One of the questions in the chat box was from a gentleman, Damola, who wondered what independent young lawyers might be able to do. And in closing, I was going to ask all of you if you could think of one thing lawyers or law firms could do for your businesses that are different from the norm, that might support the continuity of your business. Maybe sort of a very quick remark from you, okay, and then I'll go to the other panelists.
I'm just thinking about it, given the international nature of what we do, as well as trying to develop the local markets. If the law firms here can deepen their partnerships with their international allies, right, so that they bring home, the competencies we need to develop our own market. Look at something like private equity or sort of alternative assets investing generally. The competence on the ground in Nigeria is still very limited. I must tell you that the gap is quite wide between what you get. So you find that even when we're trying to say engage local pension funds, we're having to get advice from international law firms, just to make sure we get the agreements right. But I believe that that's an easy one where the local law firms can actually form a partnership, and that advice can be provided here, and so on. That's
definitely
just
something all local law firms would look to be doing. All right. May I ask you, Adeswa, quickly?
I lost connection for 5 minutes, so please repeat the connection. I just got back into the conference.
Okay, I was basically asking what you think is the one thing that law firms could do differently for you that would support the continuity of your business during this period. But we're also thinking about what young independent lawyers can do.
Okay. I think one of them is to approach a lateral thinking. So as lawyers, we're trained to rely on precedent. So I think Carl made an excellent point about building flexibility into our contracts and templates. Best practices yesterday, best thinking is always valuable today and tomorrow. So we're looking for innovative approaches to solutions and people who can, like Apple, think about the needs, show us what we didn't know we needed. I think there's a space to play in thought leadership.
I think one of the most, important pieces in this period is really around staying very, very close to clients, being willing to offer advice. And we found, a young firm where through this period, they've been very, very thoughtful about sending us important things about, employment legislation, what's happening, among other clients, what's happening across the world. We found another firm that's very, very thoughtful, again, across the period, sending us free advice. And if you're fair-minded, just the fact that someone is in touch with you regularly and offering you free advice, you will find a way of finding them work. And I think that's important, staying close to clients through this period. You remember those people who've done so.
Noted. Thank you very much. Carl, if I may come to you, and then Nigel to close.
Yeah, I'm reminded of the famous words of Benjamin Franklin, who said, if we do not hang together, gentlemen, we shall surely all hang separately. And lawyers who bring us advice which seeks the advantage over suppliers and customers in a zero-sum game are missing the point. That unless all of the suppliers and the customers survive, or a critical mass of the customers and suppliers survive, then it makes no difference if we've gained a temporary advantage. And therefore, I'm looking for lawyers who will help us address the problem in a communal or a collaborative sense, and not simply in the sense of a zero-sum game. There's a place and a time for that. This is not that time. This is not that place.
Thank you for that. Yes. Nigel?
For young lawyers, I'd say build your skill set. Now, an ideal opportunity, you're at home, you've got time to focus and study, and you should build that skill set so that you can provide a better service in the future. And that skill set needs to be adaptable. What COVID-19 has shown us is that if you're a one-trick pony as an M&A lawyer, you won't be terribly busy for the next 6 months. You need to be able to do other things as well. So make yourself adaptable, build your skills. For the firms, what I'd say is what people need in a crisis is good information. And you have a network through your clients and through other law firms to be able to advise clients what is going on in the world and what people are doing that's working, and make that available to them so that they can use it.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful advice. And I think we have pretty much tried to end at the time requested. So I will take one little second to thank each of you, Adesua, Oke, Bolaji, Nigel, and Carl, for participating in the session. And I do hope that you enjoyed it, as I do hope the participants did as well. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Maima Bilosage for moderating that session. I also appreciate the fact that you did your best to stay within the time frame allotted. Much appreciated, and certainly very stimulating, that conversation around business continuity. And I think it ended on a very, very important note where the message was sent to the lawyers in terms of how they can indeed help organizations in these challenging times. Moving on, I'd like to now introduce to deliver his video message and address at this conference, His Excellency, the Governor of State, Engineer Makinde.
Thank you for having me and for the opportunity to make a presentation at Nigeria Bar Association section on business law, 14th Annual Business Law E-Conference. That you're hosting this as a virtual conference serves as a reminder of the times that we are living. Let me start by commending Mr. Asheni Adio, SAN, and his team for putting this conference together. Events like this show our resilience as a people and our ability to confront challenges. Your theme for this year's conference, Business Unusual, Digital Acceleration for Growth in a New World, indeed captures the mood in the world today, the COVID-19 pandemic, has forced us to stretch possibilities and figure out new ways of doing old things. In Nigeria, we cannot continue to avoid the conversation. We must take actions to ensure that, should we ever find ourselves in a pandemic situation like we are now, we will not be offering excuses. Instead, we will continue running all sectors of our economy with the aid of technology. We especially need to see this improvement in the justice sector. Just 2 days ago, I saw in the news the Supreme Court has ruled that virtual courtrooms are not unconstitutional. So, with the legality of the process sorted, the bigger issues come into view. Virtual courtrooms require virtual infrastructure, but as was noted just a few days earlier by the Chief Judge of Oyo State, Justice Munta Abimbola, while he was speaking at the sideline of the inauguration of the family court in Ibadan, here in Oyo State, the infrastructure for e-courts are non-existent. So the courts here have continued having physical sittings. What this means is that our administration has no other option than to work with the judiciary to ensure that we set up the digital infrastructure needed for virtual courts as soon as possible. And a committee has been set up to do a needs assessment in order to make the virtual interconnectivity to happen. But the truth remains that even if we have the digital architecture in place, we also need better built environment within the court that this architecture will support. So aside from the digitization of the courtroom, we need more rooms so that more sessions can sit at the same time and justice can be assessed quicker. For example, I've learned that we only have 34 courtrooms and a good number are in a dilapidated state. We have to renovate these rooms. We have already agreed to complete the abandoned building project for the Customary Court of Appeal and the Judicial Service Commission complex. Once we have the appropriate architecture in place, it should be possible to carry out all court processes virtually. For example, why does a lawyer have to travel to Ring Road to file a complaint or apply for a discharge order? I believe that as you deliberate at this conference, you will come up with even more innovative ways in which we can apply the use of technology in enhancing court processes, not only during this pandemic, but also post-COVID-19 era. Technology is, after all, not just for today, but for the future as well. So let me again wish you a successful and rewarding conference this year and hope that the section on business law of the Nigerian Bar Association continues to lead the way in providing solutions to the challenges posed by a new world order. I look forward to getting recommendations out of this conference that will improve the justice system to the benefit of the good people of Oyo State. I thank you all, and God bless you.
Many thanks to you, Your Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde, for your goodwill message on this occasion. All right, we're going to take a break and we'll be coming back at precisely 1:40. It's an opportunity for you to take a bathroom break, check your emails, make some phone calls. Because when we come back at 1:44, we'll be moving on to the first of several fireside chats in the conference. And this time we'll be speaking to the Registrar General of the Corporate Affairs Commission. And the focus will be the changes on the horizon, the future of company law in Nigeria. You don't want to miss that, so please do your best to do that. And during the break, we also encourage you to look for the platforms. If you are on the Hopping platform, you have the opportunity to use the networking tab to connect with people who are also on the platform. I know we have well over 650 people on that platform. I know some others are viewing on YouTube and other platforms, but if you are on Hopping, you have the opportunity to use that networking tab to get connected. We also want to encourage you to check the Expo tab as well and connect with some of our sponsors for the conference. Well, thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you at 1:40. Enjoy your break.
On behalf of my partners and colleagues at Templars, I welcome everyone to the 14th Annual Business Law e-Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association section on business law.
The NBA section on business law is one of the specialist sections of the Nigerian Bar Association, set up to galvanize and support the professional development of Nigerian business lawyers. One of the hallmarks of its achievements thus far has been the NBASBL annual conference. Year on year, business lawyers gather to discuss critical issues impacting the quality of the practice, their influence on the business community that they serve, and generally the development of the Nigerian economy.
This year, in continuation of this tradition, the SBL has put together yet another very well-packaged conference with extremely compelling content and a faculty of very distinguished, accomplished, and knowledgeable speakers. The theme for this year's conference, Business Unusual, Digital Acceleration for Growth in a New World, is not only apposite, but it also goes to confirm the status of SBL as a trailblazer and also a thought leader in matters concerning contemporary legal practice in Nigeria and indeed on the continent of Africa. We at Templars remain extremely delighted to be headline sponsor of this conference, and we are committed to continuing our partnership with the SBL as it continues in its quest to raise the standard of commercial law practice in Nigeria.
This is 2020, a year in which the whole world has had to pause. The Olympics have been postponed, international and national conferences and conventions have been rescheduled and in many cases even cancelled. And yet here we are at the NBASBL. We're not here by fluke. We're here because of the resilience, focus and foresight of the SBL. All attributes which resonate with Templars. In fact, these are attributes which go to the very heart of our ethos as a firm. Our theme this year could not be any more relevant. In these unprecedented times, all over the world, businesses and individuals have had to embrace technology in order to go about their daily lives and to keep the economy moving. As we move on in the year, Nigerian business lawyers and the Nigerian business community at large have to be innovative and look into harnessing this technology and the digital world in order to keep our economy going as well. Fortunately, at Templars, we were forward-thinking enough to have implemented many of these protocols in advance. And like many of you, these rely on the digital world. We have found them to be useful, and they've enabled all of our lawyers to continue to provide a seamless service to our clients. And this is the attitude that we will have to take going forward.
For me, it continues to be a source of pride and immense personal satisfaction to see the SBL making such remarkable and impactful strides. And the fact that this is the very first virtual conference to be organized by the Nigeria Bar Association is a significant milestone for which the Council of the SBL, led by Mr. Sheni Adio, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, must be roundly commended.
Enjoy the conference, and please don't forget to make the most of the virtual networking platforms. I wish you a fruitful conference and congratulate the NBASBL for holding its first virtual conference.
Over the past few years, the NBASBL has focused on two main objectives: building the capacity of lawyers to support businesses and providing a bridge between business and government. The initiatives which I would like to outline today support these goals. The first is the SBL Business Law Competency Framework. The Business Law Competency Framework was put together to identify and describe the competencies, that is, behaviors, skills, and knowledge required for a business lawyer to be successful in her field. Smarter regulatory framework was birthed from the proceedings of the 13th Annual Business Law Conference. Smarter regulation delivers clearly defined, measurable policy objectives in the least burdensome way through a transparent, objective, and consultative process. The Smarter Regulatory Framework provides an immediate tool for analysis of government regulations and laws. I wish you successful deliberations at our first virtual conference. Thank you.
Thank you isn't enough.
Thank you for keeping us safe.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your sacrifice.
Thank you, our doctors and nurses.
Thank you, doctors and nurses.
Thank you, doctors and nurses.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you to all frontline workers.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Thank you isn't enough.
Thank you for keeping us safe.
I think so. I think so.
Welcome back to the day one, our Fireside Chat with Mr. A.G. Abubakar, the Registrar General of the Corporate Affairs Commission. The topic for discussion in this session is changes on the horizon, the future of company law in Nigeria. Good afternoon, sir, and you're welcome to the conference.
Good afternoon, Adolfo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for taking the time to be with us and to answer some of our questions. As you know, as you know, the Corporate Affairs Commission is right at the center of what we're discussing in this conference, which is really how we're taking corporate law and the practice of business law in Nigeria forward. And so we'd like to go straight to some of the questions we have for you today. With the impact of COVID-19 and the shift to a digital way of life, Nigerian companies are trying to keep doing business, but they keep facing obstacles with respect to complying with certain statutory obligations, such as filing returns at the Corporate Affairs Commission within a specified time frame, holding general meetings, etc. What steps have the CAC taken to digitize, and how has that helped companies through this challenging period?
Thank you very much for that question. We've had very checkered history in our digitization drive. As you may know, we started using electronic workflows for our registration services in 2004. We ought to have perfected the process by now, but unfortunately, we are yet to do that. As of today, to register a company, you can start and end the process electronically, but you need to visit CAC to collect your documents after incorporation. For post-incorporation, the process is still manual. Customers have to visit CAC to submit documents, to file returns, to change directors. This is not good enough. We've had issues with the software vendor that was actually engaged in 2014 to develop the application. The contract provides for an end-to-end electronic solution that will cover the lifespan of the company from name reservation to dissolution. That was actually engaged in 2014 to develop the application. The contract provides for an end-to-end electronic solution that will cover the lifespan of the company from name reservation to dissolution. Unfortunately, the entire application has not been developed. Only about 40% has been built. We've given them, and with the COVID pandemic, we're actually on the spotlight because it has brought to fore the whole essence of having a digital process. So we've called back the vendor and made it clear to him that he has a deadline of August, the end of August, to finish the entire application. If they cannot do that, then the commission will be forced to look for other vendors. Incidentally, we have other interventions coming from the old bank on the persons with significant control register. That is the beneficial ownership register. The old bank has approved a grant of $400,000 under the OGP multi-donor fund. Very soon, we are going to start the procurement process. So also, the new legal arrangements we are going to have of limited partnerships and limited liability partnerships, which will require a whole new application. We do not intend to engage the same vendor to develop that application. So we want to open it up, get a very reliable vendor that has the wherewithal to develop that application. So as soon as we do that, if we succeed in getting somebody that has the necessary skills, then it will be easier to get them to extend that application to cover the whole gamut of our operations. So for AGMs, CST, together with the Nigerian Stock Exchange and the Securities and Exchange Commission, had a meeting just before the lockdown was announced to devise ways of mitigating the impact of the lockdown, particularly for companies that were planning to hold their annual general meeting. CSE had to come out with guidelines to allow proxies in such meetings instead of calling the entire shareholders of the company. We've seen how this thing has gone. It has been quite successful. Up to yesterday, we're still receiving applications from companies for them to use proxies. And the number of proxies allowed is usually up to 20. Some companies are using 4, 5, which is still allowed. And initially, we thought we will have some resistance from the shareholders, but it has been accepted generally, and we are not facing any challenge. Moving forward, I think with COVID, it has shown us that the way forward is actually to have a digital process, not just for our own filings and other engagement with CAC, but also in the company's day-to-day operations. Companies should be able to hold their meeting as we are doing now at the SBL. But because the law is silent on electronic meetings and the requirements relating to notices and other things, we cannot just go ahead to public companies that have thousands of shareholders to have electronic meetings. But for private companies, we've been encouraging them to hold such meetings, and we've also encouraged them to amend their articles to allow for electronic meetings. So these are some of the things. For us, what we have tried to do is we are facing a lot of challenges because of the guidelines of the federal government that only level 14 officers and above should come to work. And offices are open from 8 to 2 p.m. So you have to close in such number of staff, limited number of staff to treat applications that come in on a day-to-day basis. We have to recall some other stuff that we regard as essential. What we are trying to do now is to introduce a mailing system. Where we have the greatest challenge now has to do with dispatch of documents. When we treat applications in good time, but to get them dispatched, because our officers have to close at 2, you don't get customers, you can't keep customers in your premises up to 2 o'clock, after 2 o'clock. So we are trying to have an arrangement with courier companies, particularly in Lagos and Abuja. Some of such certificates, CTCs, and such reports can be delivered to customers in their homes and offices. So we are working out the arrangement, and hopefully by the first week of August, that arrangement will come into effect. So these are some of the things we put in place, and hopefully we've also recognized the need to enable our staff to work from anywhere. So we are acquiring laptops. We have just obtained approval to acquire laptops so that staff can work from home. At least if officers below level 14 cannot come to the office, they should be able to work from their homes and render services to customers. So we are acquiring laptops such that at least we can go back to our service timelines. At present, we had to suspend the service timelines because we cannot cope. You have less than 30% of the staff coming to the office. They can only work from 8 to 2. So it has been quite difficult. But there are opportunities in all this because it's an opportunity for us to have an end-to-end digital process that you render services without having to see the customer. So this is actually what we have been doing, and hopefully some of these things will be achieved before the end of the year.
Thank you. Thank you so much, RG. I just want to remind our delegates that we have a poll open. So on the Hopin page, please go to the poll link, the poll section, and respond to the poll. We're going to be taking the results of the poll at the end of this session with the RG. A lot of the things you've said, RG, they're very comforting to hear. It's good to see that the CAC is, embracing technology and forward thinking. And also your references to limited partnerships and the things you're looking forward to doing in the future has led to my next point, which is about the bill to repeal and replace the Companies and Allied Matters Act. We understand that this bill has been passed by both houses of the National Assembly and was due to be harmonized and sent for presidential assent just before the pandemic. So that slowed the process down somewhat. There's a lot of anticipation about this bill within the business law community, as it's expected that the bill will propel Nigerian company law into the 21st century and equip Nigerian companies to compete in the digital age. In your opinion, is this expectation justified? And if so, what are the innovations of the bill that you are most excited about?
Thank you so much. Incidentally, the moderator was also part of the process because you actually chaired the NBASBL committee that came up with the first draft. Well, I'm pleased to announce that the bill was actually transmitted to Mr. President last Friday, and it has already been circulated to all the key agencies for their comments. We've sent back our comments to the presidency today. Yesterday, I spoke with the special advisor to the president on ease of doing business, and she confirmed to me that they are also sending their comments today. So we've been contacting other agencies that are required to send comments to get them to do so in good time. The good thing about it is they give you a time frame within which to send the comments. If you do not send, then it's deemed that you don't have any comment. The expectations are actually genuine, and this will change the whole framework of our company law in so many areas, right from the capacity to form a company. At present, a company must have minimum of 2 shareholders. One person cannot register a company, but that has changed. One man can now form a company, and you can have a single director in a company. The second issue relates to, this will affect a lot of us lawyers, because for most lawyers, the requirement that a legal practitioner must depose to a declaration that the requirement of the law has been complied with before the company can be registered, that has been removed, because we are talking of ease of doing business. And in actual sense, in the company formation process, the legal work is very, very negligible. The legal work is mostly in advisory services after the company has come into existence. And most of us we don't even prepare this memorandum and articles ourselves. We take it to business centers, they do copy and paste, they submit to CAC with all the mistakes that you have. So that requirement has actually been removed. Once a statement of compliance is made by one of the directors, then we are set to go. The company can be registered. Another change has to do with the issue of authorized share capital. That has actually been abolished. So the company has to register with actually the issued share capital. I have mentioned the new legal arrangements, limited partnership, limited liability partnerships. We also have a new concept actually been abolished. So the company has to register with actually the issued share capital. I have mentioned the new legal arrangements, limited partnership, limited liability partnerships. We also have a new concept on beneficial ownership. Although for us, we adopted the UK model of persons with significant control. Because of concerns of money laundering and terrorism financing, the attention of the world has shifted to identifying the ultimate beneficiaries of companies. So in other jurisdictions, you are supposed to disclose the beneficial owners of the company. We know what happened with Panama Papers, where companies were registered by lawyers without disclosing the ultimate beneficiaries. So under the new legal framework, we have a threshold of 5% of shares or voting rights. Once a shareholder has up to that, then he must file that declaration, that statement with the company, and the company must in turn file that statement with the CAC. Immediately, somebody qualifies as a PSC, or whenever they are filing annual returns. We are going to have an independent register of beneficial ownership. That one will be publicly available. These are part of the commitments the federal government made under the Open Government Partnership, as well as the Extractive Industry Transparency International Initiative. That Nigeria, and Mr. President also made that commitment during the 2016 London Development Summit, that Nigeria will introduce a publicly accessible register of beneficial ownership. So to give effect to this commitment, CIC is going to have a register of beneficial ownership free of charge. It will be in open data format. Anybody that desires to obtain information from that can do so. Other changes have to do with the legal framework for incorporated trustees. You will all agree that the provisions are very scanty. What they did in 1990 was just to move the provisions of the Land Perpetual Succession Act without any change. We have borrowed a lot from the provisions of the Charities Act of the UK. We have provisions now for merger of incorporated trustees and the power of CAC to suspend a trustee where there is allegation of fraud or in the public interest. And the courts can also intervene to suspend the trustees or the officers of such associations. So there are a whole gamut of provisions, and I believe it will serve the business community well. We have a new legal arrangement, a new provisions on company voluntary arrangement. You will all agree that the current insolvency framework is actually a hostile process, a framework that is always at the mercy of the lender. The company hardly has any opportunity to come out with an arrangement to resolve the insolvency. And you will also agree that most companies that go through receivership, they hardly survive those receiverships. So we have a new framework on voluntary arrangement that will allow the company to apply to appoint an administrator that will manage the company, to take care of the needs of employees, the needs of the creditors, and other stakeholders. So for the first time, the law recognizes insolvency practitioners and accreditation of insolvency practitioners by the CAC. So BRIFAN will collaborate with BRIFAN and other relevant bodies to come out with a framework for that. We're also going to have an administrative proceedings committee where you have protracted disputes in companies. Our major concern has to do with disputes relating to names, as to what constitutes similarity, because that kind of issue. Somebody wants to proposing a name, another person is saying that, oh, this name is similar to my own. The matters end up in court. Sometimes the judicial process takes a long time. But with the administrative proceedings committee, you can easily resolve some of these disputes within a very short time. So these are some of the changes we're anticipating. There are so many that I cannot exhaust them at this sitting.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. RG. I think I will ask you my last question before we take some of the questions that have been put up in the chat and also discuss the outcome of the poll. You were confirmed as the substantive RG of the CAC in January 2020, and at the SBL, we are particularly proud that one of our council members is at the helm of the CAC. So please accept our congratulations on this well-deserved achievement.
Thank you so much.
What can we look forward? You're welcome, sir. What can we look forward to seeing at the CAC? You've already touched on this, but
there won't be any need for any physical documents to be submitted to CAC. You can do your documents, even the need for signature in certain cases may not be necessary. If you are changing directors, we may not require a resolution. You just fill the relevant forms and submit by electronic means, and that will be recognized. Provided that filing is made through that account, you don't need to visit CAC to do it. And for anything at all, even searches that we are doing now, physical searches in CAC, which CAC has suspended, we want you to be able to sit in your office or your home, view all this information, pay and view all the information. If you require certified true copies, you pay electronically. We send it to you with a validation code that the person dealing with you can validate. So the CAC of the future we are looking at is a CAC that you can interact with electronically. Every company will have its own unique password and username. They can give access to multiple people. They can give access to their own solicitors. But we will have a window. We recognize that there may be third-party transactions that may not necessarily come through the company, where a receiver is being appointed or where liquidation is being filed, that may not come through the company. So there will be that window for lawyers, accountants to be able to make these filings. Another thing we are looking at is submission of financial statements. We are looking at introducing extensible business reporting language for financial reports, such that the auditor, after the account is approved, the auditor will submit through an extensible platform. This will help for statistical analysis, for research. Somebody can sit to confirm, to know how many restaurants do you have in a particular street in Abuja. What is the total turnover of this restaurant from the report? And the digital system will allow people to know companies that are actually active, companies that are dormant, companies that are in liquidation, or that are in receivership at a glance. We'll put the status of the company so that anybody that wants to deal with a company at a glance will know whether I should deal with that company or not, depending from the status. Well, you don't expect us to achieve anything less, given the caliber of people we're interacting with. We are dealing. I'm happy to be in the midst of the best business lawyers we have in Nigeria, the SBL. So hopefully, God willing, some of these reforms will come into fruition this year. The remaining ones, God willing, before the end of next year, will have the full complement of these reforms in place. So these are my short remarks on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arji. I'm going to take some of the questions that were put up on the chat. One of them, I think I'll just read. I'll take 3C on the guidelines for registering incorporated trustees. Creates an increased layer of difficulty. What is the reason for this, and of what value is it? Another question says, could the CAC adopt an e-certificate option for such that the certificate of incorporation is emailed to promoters? And then another question says, okay, there's a question on the CAMA bill, but you've answered that already. Another question says, why is the CAC saying that there must be prior consent for the registration of entities under Part C of CAMA? Isn't this an unnecessary burden, seeing that the pace of work at the CAC has been considerably slowed down in the past few months? So I think let me take the last one. The CAC is operating both as a regulator and notary public, thereby adversely impacting lawyers' employment. If state counsel and corporate counsel are restricted from certain areas of practice, why is CAC usurping the role of notaries? So I'll let you take all those questions, sir, then we'll go to the poll.
Okay, thank you so much. I will start with the last. We don't actually notarize documents. Our officers do the declaration. We pay private notaries to notarize. And these are all part of the ease of doing business initiative to reduce the cost of registration. But as I have said, this will soon go with the new law, with the new CAMA. The requirement for statutory declaration will not even be necessary. The law has completely removed that. So very soon that will not be an issue again. On the issue of consent for incorporated trustees, this was actually part of our draft checklist that was circulated with SBL and other stakeholders. It was actually exposed on our website for about 2 months. We invited for comment. The major reason why we introduced that requirement is because of proliferation of organizations with obvious security implications. We are directed to restore the old system of vetting by security agencies for every application for registration of association under Part C. We said that will impose an unnecessary burden on customers. Because the challenge is sometimes names are proposed, objects are proposed, maybe without proper scrutiny, some of these organizations are registered. I blame some of our staff for all this. But sometimes it's not easy to scrutinize at certain levels because every application is done electronically. Not everything gets to the RG to look at before the certificate is issued. So the layer of authority at the level of on which these approvals are made, a lot of things have been overlooked. And to balance the concern of the security agencies and the concern of our customers, we said, okay, let's have this consent requirement such that any organization that may have obvious implication to national security, if you have regional groupings or religious groupings that may have implication to national security, you don't just give consent. You have to refer the application to the security agencies first until they give clearance. That is better than saying every organization, whether a church, an NGO that does civil liberty things, a religious organization, a regional organization might be subjected to security screening. A lot of our colleagues that are less than 10, 15 years at the bar may not appreciate what I'm saying. In the past, registration under Part C takes an average of 1 year because security agencies have to vet every trustee. They have to go to his village to confirm his identity, to confirm that he's of good character, that he's not an ex-convict. CSC replaced that with the statutory declaration. But if you notice, we've been in the media recently withdrawing certain certificates of registration for certain organizations because those registrations shouldn't have been allowed in the first instance without recourse to security agencies. So to address some of these concerns, that is why we now introduce this system. We understand the challenge. Very soon we are going to issue email addresses that such applications can be sent to. You don't need to submit it physically to our office. As I've said, we're introducing a mailing system. You don't have to visit CAC. Pending when we'll have a full digital system, documents will now be sent to us from first week of August through mail, through accredited courier companies. But for applications for consent and searches, you can send it by email with evidence of payment. We'll process, then you indicate the courier company that we should give it to. You collect it from there and pay them the cost of delivery. So these are some of the things we're looking at. And as I have said, these are genuine concerns. On e-certificates, this is actually part of what we envisage to do. Hopefully, the e-certificate will come into effect before the end of this year. We want to have an e-certificate for registration, e-certificate for change of name, e-certificate for every process. Even your CTCs should be electronic. We send you certified copies with electronic stamps. All you need to do to validate is we'll have a QR code that you can check to confirm whether that actually came from CAC or not. So these are some of the things, and I believe it will be achieved before the end of this year. Most of these reforms will be realized before the end of this year.
Thank you so much, sir. That's so encouraging to hear. We really look forward to seeing all these initiatives being implemented. We're almost out of time. We have just a minute, so I'm going to go to the poll. In the poll, we asked our audience, which digital initiative should the CAC adopt for maximum impact on easing the process of engaging with the CAC? We had 3 options. One was accepting electronic signatures on CAC forms. The other was enabling returns to be filed online and CTCs to be obtained online. And the last was virtual meetings. With 107 votes, or 54% of the votes, our audience has voted in favor of enabling returns to be filed online and CTCs obtained online. So that seems to be the most important digital initiative that our audience would like to see. Coming in second place with 36% is accepting electronic signatures on CAC forms. And in third place is virtual meetings with 10%. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. I would like you to, in closing, just comment on the outcome of the poll that indicates that what people would like to see most is that returns can be filed online and CTCs obtained online.
Yes, I want to give this assurance. I just don't want to be too optimistic. I will have said within the next 2 months. But you have our assurance that you'll be able to file returns, even get your electronic certificates before the end of this year. This is our assurance. Other things on electronic signature, by the time we have a unique password and access for every company, then that can also be done. So thank you so much, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you to our audience for your participation and your involvement in the polls and the chats. It has really helped to make this a very engaging session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is our assurance. Other things on electronic signature, by the time we have a unique password and access for every company, then that can also be done.
Many thanks to Mr. A.G. Abubakar and, of course, Uzofu for moderating that fireside chat as they focused on very pertinent topic, the future of company law in Nigeria. And moving on, we would be proceeding to several breakout sessions, and I'll be sharing some more information on that shortly. But before that, I would like to take a moment to recognize many of our great sponsors that have made this e-conference possible. I just want to run through the list very quickly, if you allow me, starting with our headline sponsors that are Templars and Aluko Anoyebode. We also have as platinum sponsors Udo Odoma and Bello Osage, the Law Crest, Copley Partners, Africa Law Practice, G. Elias & Co., and Babalaki & Co. Those are our platinum sponsors, and we are indeed very grateful for your partnership for this conference. Our gold sponsors include Odujiri and Adefulu, Detail Commercial Solicitors, Bloomfield Law Practice. We also have Fountain Chambers, Dwale Ovia and Alex Adedikbe, Kevin Martin, Ogwemo Legal, Perchstone and Gray, The New Practice, Bawa Nigodalo, Nero LP, Unilever Nigeria, Advocate Law Practice, Streamstar and Cone, Cadbury Nigeria PLC, Sterling Bank, Broderick Bozimo and Company, Ardale Solicitors, Ken Mosier, SAN and Co., Jackson Eti and Edu, George Tomi and Partners, and of course our media partners, Business Day. We are indeed very grateful for your partnership. You have indeed made this e-conference very possible today. Now, as I mentioned, we're moving on to the breakout sessions, and we'll be interrogating several topics. Now, depending on your interest, we want to encourage you to look for the breakout sessions on the Hopin platform. So obviously, this is only open to those who are viewing this from the Hopin platform, and I'm hoping that you have registered on that platform so you can get involved in these breakout sessions. So before I mention the breakout sessions, though, I want to also reiterate the Expo tab that I mentioned earlier. Our sponsors and some exhibitors are available to engage with you, so you can also look for the Expo tab as well. But moving on to the breakout sessions, and just to highlight the themes, so depending on your interest, there is one session on banking through the crisis. We also have another session focused on, it's titled Fossilized, End of the Oil and Gas Industry as We Know It. So I'm sure if you are interested in the oil and gas sector, that would be a session that you would like to get involved in. And last but certainly not least, there is a session on the Africa Common Free Trade Agreement. And there is a question there, is it dead or alive? So depending on your interest, once again, I want to encourage you to look for those breakout sessions on the Hopin platform and get engaged with our moderators and panelists. And we would be coming back at precisely 2:15. So I want to encourage all our moderators to please keep that as your guide for this 2:15, rather 3:15, my apologies. 3:15, we should be rounding up the sessions, and I will be coming back to provide some information about what to expect tomorrow. All right, so on that note, please enjoy the sessions.
one can imagine in this world, including nuclear and public policy, diploma in war studies. I mean, this is very frightening, Victor. But most importantly, you are doing a great job to ensure that AFTA becomes a reality, and we really and truly appreciate you. I know we had a 2-day workshop with you, with the NBA Special Committee, where you took us through. So thank you.
Thank you, George. Thank you.
Now, I will introduce Lady Tameru when she's able to join us. Her audio and picture appear to be a problem. But let me start with you, Victor, and let me put the question pointedly at you. Where are we today with AFTA in light of COVID-19? Victor, do you want to unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm already unmuted. You want me to start? I mean, I don't know. Okay, because I am sorry, the connection is unstable. It keeps going off and on. So if you lose me while in the course of the discussion, please pardon me. But I pray it stays on. Yes, FCFTA, dead or alive. I would say a couple of things as a start. As you know, the FCFTA came into force on the 30th of May, 2019. Just to give those who may not have been following it a bit of a background. It came on the 30th of May, and as you also can recall, Nigeria signed the FCFTA agreement in Niamey, 2019, on the 7th of July, 2019 in Niamey, as the 53rd African country to sign the AFCFTA. And also as a background, as you know, 28 countries have both signed, ratified the agreement, and deposited the instruments of ratification with the depository, which is the AUC, that is the African Union Commission. And Nigeria is yet to ratify, even though we have signed. But as you also know, that there are domestic processes that we need to go through in order to then ratify the agreement. Perhaps I would like to add why Nigeria has not ratified up until this moment. We are hoping that ratify the agreement is that, as you are well aware, Judge, that we have a domestic process and requirement before we can ratify any international treaty, including the AFCFTA. So the reason that we may not have ratified till now may not be far from the present condition that we are currently facing, which is the COVID-19. So one is hoping that we would be able to ratify as soon as now, on the question of whether the AFCFTA is alive or dead,
Sorry, Victor, can I kindly ask all the other people to mute their phones so we don't have the echo that's going on now?
It's echoing, so everyone can.
There's an echo, so just mute, and when I call your name, you can then unmute. Thank you. Victor, please go ahead.
Okay. So please, okay, can I go ahead? Yes, okay. So the question of whether AFCFTA is dead or alive, it depends on how you view it. I mean, as an individual. But from a general point and from a general and objective point of view, of course, AFCFTA is fully alive. I'm just coming from an AFCFTA meeting. In fact, I had to cut off to join you. I had to cut off from a meeting in the African Union to join you because I have already given you a commitment to speak here. Otherwise, I would have still been in that meeting. The meeting closes at about 4 GMT, that's West African time. So I would have still been in that meeting, but I had to join you here. So on that note, I would say that, as you may recall, that the start date for the AFCFTA was slated for the 1st of July 2020, like 2020, which is this month. But before even the 1st of July, I think the pandemic started last year, although in trickles last year, 2019. In January, we began to see the negative effect of the pandemic across the world. Then in March, it became impossible that countries can still do business as usual. And then borders have been about 94 countries, 94 thereabout countries, they have activated export restrictions. And globally, borders have been closed. And globally, you have lockdowns restricting free movement of persons and free movement of goods, excepting for the movement of essential goods and also medical supplies, as well as essential staffs that are, or workers that may be engaged in essential duties, such as medical doctors, nurses, and of course, pharmacists and the rest of them. And so in Africa, currently we have about 42 borders have been closed, either partially or fully in Africa. And therefore, for us to have still decided to stay on course with the activation of trade, with the kickstarting of trade on the 1st of July would have been questionable. Because how do you kickstart trade under the circumstances that I have just described, where the mechanisms that drive free trade are in total, are either partially in abeyance or in total halt? So the borders are closed, the ports are closed. You have air travels have been completely restricted across Africa, and free movement of persons have been completely restricted. Only recently people have started moving in Nigeria, as you know. So therefore, it would have been illogical to say, let's still keep to the 1st of July as the day to kickstart trade under the AFCFTA. I mean, because these are the mechanisms that facilitate free trade. And you talk about the NTBs, non-tariff barriers. Non-tariff barriers have become even more during this time that there are lockdowns across Africa and across the world. So you have countries who will not let you in to their country because you are coming from another country.
Yes. I'm assuming and that the dream is.
Yes. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Please repeat it again. What is
this is temporary.
Yes, of course, this is temporary. I mean, it's temporary.
The dream is still alive.
Of course, the dream is still alive. That's where I'm going. I don't know if I'm explaining too much. Maybe I should just I'll just give you bit by bit and then so the output can come in. So the dream is still alive. It's very, very much alive. And what we are doing currently is that we are discussing on the opportunities that even the COVID-19 provides. The opportunities, although the situation is grim, but again there are lots of opportunities that we see with the advent of the COVID-19. One of such opportunities is that we have sufficient time for ratification of the agreement in Nigeria, and countries that haven't ratified as well. It's an opportunity. And we have opportunities of looking at in the workability of our institutions, readiness of our institutions. Are our institutions ready to trade, for us to trade under a free trade area arrangement such as the AFCFTA?
Okay, Victor, that's a good place for me to ask you to pause, keep your thoughts, and let me go to Anne. Are you there? Are you still there with us, Anne?
Yes.
Yes.
I think she's there, yes.
Yes, Anne, good. Can you hear me, Anne?
I can, George.
Great. Now, you've done a lot of work for the EU, and no free trade area has a better example to follow than the EU. I still recall in my days at the London School of Economics, we did a lot. At the time, it was the EEC, and we then metamorphosed into the EU. Now, practically, what advice would you give to the African free trade negotiation?
A lot of borrowers. So we work with them to see how we can bring those into local currency. We've also had, I think it's okay enough, right?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah, so you've also had to consider you continue to take price their credits at rates that do not align with the realities dealing with. That is on one hand. And then on the other hand, we also worked on seeing that the collections that we would typically do are not just tied to physical collections, but also taking from what I had said earlier about the use of digital platforms, to then see that payments and transactions are done on digital platforms that make the flow of transactions a lot easier than if it were going to be in the traditional mode. Of course, we would follow through the value chain of the business that we do business with, so that we are not just focused on the principal, but also on the associated entities that do business. That it makes it easy to track the flow of funds. That way, you are able to both balance what the customers are getting and what it is that is happening to the financial institution. It's a delicate balance, if I may say, because I don't think that anyone expected what COVID has turned the world into today. And so for each day that comes along, it's a learning process for everyone. And I would say that the regulators have also been playing a very critical role. And by regulators, I'm referring to the central bank. And are properly supervised so that we have the industry and of course the economy continuing to run seamlessly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just before I ask you the last question, I'd like to welcome Mr. Musa Jimo.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jimo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sorry for the technical issues.
No, we're glad you're here. Thank you. Okay. Just still on that point of loan recovery, you talk about tracking accounts. And just 2 days ago, the CBN issued the GSI guidelines, and that's supposed to aid loan recovery. Can you just tell us a bit about that? How is that going to work in practice?
Okay, so GSI is global standard instruction. So basically, what this is saying is that as a borrower, you more or less give your banker the permission, if I may use that term, to set off whatever money you have in any other bank account that you run within the country if you're unable to meet your obligations on the accounts you're borrowing. And so with the industry working together, Central Bank, the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, PLC NIPS, the structure has been set up such that for every borrower who borrows as an individual, you would have your bank verification number and of course the CRMS platform that in this instance were to say that the customer has defaulted and the customer is not making good its obligations. Of course, along the lines of what the prudential guidelines say, it therefore gives the bank the right to reach out through the global standing instruction mandate that you have and through the platform to reach out to the other banks to check for the places where you have your funds. Now, remember that we have what we call the biometric, the bank verification number, which has your records in terms of your biometric data. And that is available across all banks. And you have a single bank verification number that cuts across every bank account that you run. So if you were to have 15 accounts in the country, it means that that bank verification number is linked to all of those accounts. So it makes it easy to track wherever you may have accounts within the industry. And so basically, in summary, what the global standing instruction is basically saying is, I have the leeway as a creditor bank to reach out and check the places where you have funds so I can recoup what those funds, what the payments that are due to the creditor bank is. This obviously only covers though principal and interest. Any other?
I think we might have lost Mr. Azebe. While we wait for him to come back on, I think I'll just before I go to Mr. Elegwe, I'll just remind everyone that our polls are live. So please go to the polls facility and answer the questions that we have in there. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Elegwe, I'd like to get your perspective, right, on what's happening, because we've heard a lot about what's happening with the banks and all of that. But the fintech industry is also reeling from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So how are you dealing with that? How has your business has to re-strategize, make changes and all of that to ensure that you still stay afloat?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So first, I think it is safe to say that whatever affects the banks affects us. We are service providers to the banks. So it is therefore important to know that we experience things the way the banks experience them. Now, specific to InterSwitch being a fintech organization, we saw a few trends, and these trends vary depending on the channel that the customer decided to use. Just before the lockdown, we noticed there were a lot of POS transactions for obvious reasons. People were trying to stock up and so on and so forth. And the news had gone out there that avoid cash as much as possible. People were trying to use their cards to pay. Some of them doing transfers as means of payment. So we saw a huge jump during that period. But as reality began to hit, people began to have challenges with their jobs, fears that people's salaries were going to be reduced, so people could lose their jobs. We saw a pattern where people became a bit more conservative in the way they spend. Channels like the ATMs, where you physically have to go out to withdraw cash, took a hit for obvious reasons. On the web, we didn't see a huge drop. We noticed a change in pattern. So, for example, sports betting used to be a huge area for a lot of Nigerians. Because of COVID-19 and the fact that the sporting season in Europe was on hold, we didn't see a lot of the betting activity. So traditionally, you will find that there was a drop in transactions linked to betting. But every other area seemed to have been able to sustain itself. We envisaged that fraudsters will take advantage of the situation. They did. But we also tried our best to ensure that we're able to keep operating. Luckily for us, we were able to get support from the central bank, where we were classified as essential services. So part of what we did in InterSwitch was to make sure that some of our staff were kept in hotels around the office to minimize travel distance and ensure that they can continue to support the system. We saw overall a dip. After all of this, there was a dip, especially in the month of May. But what we have seen since June is a V-shaped recovery, which basically suggests that as movements became easy for people, they started transacting again. And we have seen things go largely, to a large extent, back to normal. Lastly, just on this point, I'd like to say that the view we have taken in InterSwitch is a long-term view. Something like COVID-19 will come with lots of challenges, okay? For some industries, it will be a positive trigger. So if you're in the pharmacy business or healthcare, for example, it will appear this was a positive trigger for you. But if you're in travel, in entertainment, in the restaurant kind of business, in tourism, for example, this could be a for you. So, but I think the key point, the way we see it is that whatever opportunities or challenges came with COVID-19 will go with COVID-19. And so what we are looking at what is happening as a temporary dip in the life of any organization, hoping that as time progresses, as the world gets to have control over COVID-19, we'll see a lot of the original things we've always known to be ongoing, continuing. So we tend to have both a short-term view and a long-term view. And the long-term things to get back to normal. A lot of people say in new normal. When we get there, we'll know what is new or what is not new. But when we see that get back to normal over time.
Thank you. We're definitely seeing lifestyle changes just because people aren't moving around as much as they used to. So everyone is switching more to making digital payments and all of that. That would mean that there's probably more pressure on your infrastructure, right? And I imagine that, and you spoke about having to sort of like up your security infrastructure and all of that. But I think it's a good thing that we're seeing more digital payments because, one of the things that we read is that cash can actually be a conduit for the virus. So it's actually a good thing that we're moving away from that. But how do you think that we can maintain this momentum? You're talking about going back to the way things were before that. And in certain aspects we want to go back, but not in every aspect. I think we want to maintain the digital payments. What do you think the payment industry can do and the regulator as well can do to maintain the momentum that we've seen as a result of the pandemic?
Well, I think I have a fundamental view that you cannot legislate or force adoption. People gravitate based on their needs. Okay, so if you take the case of a push by individuals to electronic payments because of fear of COVID-19 being transferred through contacts, the primary driver is fear. Okay, if fear goes away, you should envisage that behavior will reverse itself. So the question is, should we continue to use fear? You can't use fear to force adoption. I think it goes back to the fundamental point of beyond COVID-19, there's a strong business case for people to go electronic. And I'm not going to spend time trying to talk about those. That business case was there before COVID-19, and the business case was after COVID-19. So I do not think it is possible to sustain the gains of COVID-19 after COVID-19. We have to go back to brass tacks. We need to ensure that the fundamentals that drive adoption continues. Of course, there's a big role that policy can play, and that is where the central bank comes in. But I think the way to look at it is not to think that we can use COVID-19. COVID-19 may have made some people adopt electronic payments for the first time. When COVID-19 goes away, the benefits that they derived from adopting electronic payments should be sustainable. And that is where I believe service providers like ourselves, the banks, the regulator, have to put a lot more effort. So what are those things that are fundamentally important to consumers, and how do we ensure that the right policies are in place to encourage them to adopt these things? Using fear of COVID-19, is the gain should be temporary, but beyond COVID-19, the fundamentals of the business has to be right, and that is what drives adoption.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's interesting. So you think we should, I mean, we're probably going to go back to status quo and then start from there.
But you can see that already. A lot of people are going back to status quo. To be honest with you, how many Nigerians will you give cash today? And they will tell you they won't take it because they're afraid they're going to get COVID-19. They will take the cash and go look for sanitizers, water, and whatever. So I don't think fear is enough. When COVID-19 started, everybody was afraid. But now we're hearing that, oh, if you take this, take Agbo, take this, take that, take this, you will survive it. We are hearing that a lot of people are surviving. So the fear factor is not there like before. Okay, and that's why I keep saying we need to go back to the people adopt because there's a problem, there's a challenge they have, and that solution is dealing with that challenge. And that is why I think as banks, as fintechs, as regulators, we should put our effort. What are those things that will drive value for the consumer? And how do we ensure we continue to drive that?
Okay. Mr. Tijani, what do you think about that? Do we actually have to go back? Do you think that things will return to status quo after the pandemic?
Well, I think I agree that some things will return to status quo, but I don't think everything will return to status quo. I think what the pandemic has done is you can almost see the pandemic as a refresh button on the world. A lot of the effort that has gone into certain technologies in the last 10 to 15 years, they came to a point where those technologies were matured for the market, but the market weren't ready for adoption. So what you've seen with COVID-19 is a lot of those technologies have made their way into the market because people were relaxed about adoption. So technologies that were ready before COVID-19 will gain acceleration. An example of it is almost saying, after COVID-19, webinars are going to reduce. Actually, webinars will not reduce because what COVID-19 has demonstrated is that you can get quality people together regardless of where they are all over the world. Everybody in this call are in different locations all over the world. We're all coming together to talk. So you're going to find that will continue. That's not going to stop because the time when people needed to invite Mr. Elegbe to South Africa on Monday, and he has to fly to Cote d'Ivoire on Wednesday,
more people will realize that that's not the best use of his time. So things like webinars will continue. Things around online education as well, which used to be really, really difficult in the past. People are now seeing the value to those systems. So a lot of those things will make their way into our lives. And for me, I'm not an expert in banking, and also neither am I an expert in financial services. But when I talk about financial services, the perspective I take is that financial services is literally about lifestyle. Everything we do as individuals is driven by the financial service providers. So for you guys to use this platform that you're using, I know you have to pay for every single user on this platform. So if as an organization in Nigeria, the system was not built for you to be able to make online payment, you would not have been able to consume this service. It's going to be the same for the parent who needs to pay for online education for their kids. Maybe 3 months ago, before COVID, they were not comfortable with doing online payment. But they've seen quality education online, and they know that the only way to pay is through flow-to-wave. So they won't have an option but to pay through that system. Which is the same with healthcare, is the same with transportation, is the same with more people are now on Netflix in Nigeria as well. So a lot more people paying just to join those platforms. So I think we're going to see more of those things coming to mainstream. And going to the colleague from Access Bank, this is also where in Nigeria it may not be accelerating, but in the rest of the world at least, you're seeing more interest in cashless payments. It has accelerated in Nigeria. By the virtue of the pandemic, more people will be interested in cashless payments as well in Nigeria, whether we like it or not, because they're now more comfortable with it. You're seeing people now doing grocery shopping. By the time the pandemic is gone, it's going to go down, but there are people that will not go with it. So the level of adoption would come up. And I think there are things that the systems can do to support that, because a major part of digitizing financial services is trust. And when you look at well-established markets, say like the UK, for instance, when online payments and cashless society became the thing, the elderly folks were scared of paying online. But government had to step in to look for ways to guarantee payment, which is why in the West, you see that credit card fraud is high. Because if you get access to my credit card and you spend it, if I can prove to my bank that I didn't make the spending, I'll get my money back. So that level of trust is what drives that adoption. And I think that's where we need to strike balance. So I agree with Mr. Ligbe that some things will go back to normal, but there are some things that have been waiting for this opportunity for a refresher that will not go back to normal. They will gain acceleration, and we need to embrace that. Banking is an example of it. I still don't understand why people need to queue as much, to bank in Nigeria. We need to start to think of changing that. We've seen online banks came to the market, but some of them still needed for you to bring your utility bill. CBN needs to find a way around that. There's going to be a way to do that verification that they want to do that doesn't require that you still need to take your NEPA bill or something to a place to confirm the banking. The world is moving, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can't stop it. And I think companies like InterSwitch actually led Nigeria on that path, making automated payments possible. And we're not going to stop because Nigerians like cash. Or it won't stop. It will accelerate. There will be challenges, but we need to create that environment for it to continue to move forward.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tijani. When you were talking about lifestyle and how fintech affects lifestyle, I was just thinking of the various regulators that you'd have to deal with. So, there's, if it's health tech, you're talking NAFDAC, you're talking NICOM perhaps, you're talking the SEC, even NURTW. And so I think I'd like to hear from Mr. Jimo at this point. Recently, the CBN, and we thought this was a very good move. The CBN released the exposure draft of the regulatory sandbox guidelines. I thought that was fantastic, right? But one thing that has been flagged by the industry experts is the possibility of overregulation. And so, a product that may be a fintech product might still span across several regulators. And I don't see that the sandbox has dealt with this. I'm just wondering, what's the CBN's plan to make this easier? Will you be looking at having like a one-stop shop where someone can just come and then, all the regulators can provide their services, or will someone still have to go to the various regulators to get necessary consent?
And also, feel the risk that may crop up when they actually go, full blast. So that opportunity is what this regulatory sandbox is trying to promote. So in other words, you have situations where people can come to CBN to say, look, I have a fantastic idea, but I don't have what it takes in terms of financial and all the regulatory, checks to get a license. But allow me to test this and see whether it even works. Which is why one of the conditions of the regulatory sandbox application is that you must have a business solution to solve. You can't just bring a technology that doesn't have, value to the people. And primarily, we want something that promotes and maintains financial inclusion. So if what you're providing is something that has economic value to the whole country, yes, CBN will simply ask you, give you the authorization, the window to connect to banks, connect to any other, technology service providers to access their API, and then test your product. Once we've seen it and you are comfortable that this is working, then you can then come for full authorization. One of the advantages that this thing gives is that the investors typically will not want to release money unless they are sure that the regulator will give you a license. Now they are very, very comfortable now that the regulator will allow you to test the product, and they can see that this product or products and services is commercially viable, it will sell, it's been accepted. So they can actually bring their money and invest because they've seen that it's going to work. So that's basically one of the fundamental advantages of this regulatory sandbox. In addition to the fact that it also gives us a kind of view. You have situations in other countries where what they do is to wait and see. They don't want to bring in any regulation. They just wait. Innovation comes. Everything just goes into the market. And then they now put regulation, which can then stifle a lot of progress. So this one, we basically more or less like putting the innovators first and say, come up with any idea. You're free. Come and test. It's a free window for anyone to come and test this innovation within the CBN, regulation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dimo. I mean, I'm sure that you're going to comment on modalities for the operation of the sandbox from fintech lawyers. And just going to the polls, one of the questions you asked is, when was the last time you were in a banking hall? And the overwhelming number of it is before the pandemic. So we have three options: before the pandemic, when the lockdown was lifted, but not since then. And one last option, I was in the banking hall just this week. Most of 66% of our audience have said that they were in the banking hall before the pandemic, which would be anywhere from February to late March. I think I'm getting the notification. I really have a few minutes left. Maybe we should just go right to the question, the Q&A. The first question that we have is for Mr. Tijani, and it says, where do you see, this is from Derek Shambore, and his question is, where do you see or suggest banks need to look to deploy capital in the post-COVID world to promote innovation in Nigeria?
My perception is that the biggest challenge for banks will be the threat that comes from the fintechs. And to be honest, I think the fintechs are just simply application of technology to smartly deliver financial services. There's nothing special about it. Whether you're giving loans to people or you're giving people a chance to save money or you're giving people a chance to be able to pay. This is exactly what at the core of the services that banks provide. But I think to the banks, the volume of times may be what deceives bank, that the volume of people that are ready for digital services, that volume is not big enough. And what I always tell people in tech is that it's actually not factual. Two examples that I give to show the readiness is always in for the young people who know wild and exams that we do. At some point, these institutions transition to allowing people to be able to check their results online. So you buy a voucher, you go to a computer somewhere and you check your result. This is one of the services that is actually quite successful in Nigeria, but because it's handled by contractors, people don't talk about it. Those services turn around billions of naira every year in just students going out to buy those vouchers. I think what is missing is the enabling environment. When banks find ways to make digital banking services more accessible for people, you will find that more and more people will actually transition into consuming those services. It's not by accident that you find young startups like Bank, like Flopaway, like Paystar, now coming up gradually. And what you tend to see there is that I still say there's no service that you find with these guys that banks can provide. The problem is just that banks find it difficult to quickly move to provide such services, to build the flexibility around their services, their enabling environment. And also banks are very, very tied to CBN's regulation as well, which sometimes startups can be flexible around. And I think that's the pain that we're going to face more and more, and that's where banks need to start to invest. How do we get financial services to be more about lifestyle? Banks need to invest in that. We do have conversations with Union Bank, with Stanbic, and everything we do, it's always around how do you embed digital financial services into the day-to-day activities that people conduct. Because that's what banking is about. That's what financial services is all about. So investing in unlocking opportunity for innovation in all these different fields is where I think banks must focus on.
Thank you, Mr. Tijani. Mr. Legbe, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm actually very happy you called me because the first question is, I hear this talk about fintechs becoming banks, getting bigger than banks, but nobody ever comes to ask fintechs, what's your long-term goal? Well, because our long-term goal is to become a bank. If that was a long-term goal, we can apply for a banking license, all this one. Now, the term financial services is very broad. Banking is one part of financial services. Insurance is. Lending is. There's nothing fundamentally wrong if a bank decides, I want to leverage technology from a third party to provide services to my customer. And it turns out that third party happens to be these companies we call fintechs. But to not think that because a bank is leveraging you to provide services, you complete the role of a bank. I will never put my money in a non-banking institution because that regulation we all talk about that we don't like is the reason why I put my money in a bank. Is that safety? I don't want to leave my money with just anybody who is not regulated. I want my money to be regulated. I want convenience. And that convenience can be given to me by my bank through a third party or directly. Okay? What fintechs are doing is that they are bringing innovation into banking. And there's nothing wrong if banks decide to leverage fintechs to deliver service to the customer. But for as long as some of us who end up providing this service recognize that banks are regulated, and therefore we need to subject ourselves to the same regulations so that we can service the banks properly. No bank will work with you if at the end of the day working with you means that they're going to be penalized. So as fintechs, we also need to recognize that as a service provider to a bank, the banks are bound by certain rules and will become relevant as long as we're able to show to the banks that we will work to ensure that we help you abide by those rules. Same thing in health tech. When you go into health tech, there are a lot of issues you need to deal with. Some hospitals will not touch you if you cannot guarantee them that you will abide by the tenets of that line of business. Now, in this particular, the regulator is not the central bank. But there may be no real regulator there, but the code of conduct in medicine forces you not to do some kind of things. So if I'm going to approach a hospital with my technology service, which in this case we call health tech, I need to convince the hospital that I will abide by the tenets of what they do in this area of medicine. Same thing if I move into transportation or any other place. So I think people should stop confusing this feeling that because we are growing well, helping banks to provide financial services, we can do banking. I will not put my money in a fintech because I need a regulation. That is the safety net that allows me to put my money. So let's separate banking from general financial services.
Okay. So what's key is confidence and stability, as well as convenience. Great, understood. I think the next question that I have, I would like to hear from both Mr. Jimo and Mr. Azegbe. And just before I ask the question, just to say that from our poll, we have 77% of our viewers being lawyers. So gentlemen, be very careful in your responses because, you know, we're writing, we're taking notes. And the question is on the GSI guideline. So will a creditor's ability to reach funds manage the credits of other borrowers or other borrower accounts as per the guidelines take into consideration funds in accounts that are already charged to a different lender?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Will a creditor's ability to reach funds in a borrower's accounts take into consideration funds and accounts that are already charged to a lender? So, you know, the GSI says if your borrower defaults, you can go to his account with all the other banks. What happens if an account in another bank is charged? How will the GSI guidelines operate in that scenario?
So when you say the account is charged, that means the account there is already encumbered. Is that what you mean?
Yes, sir, yes. The security of that account.
Yes,
sir.
It's technology driven. This thing is technology driven. And so it's like a surveillance system that goes around and checks all the accounts. So if that one is already encumbered, it means it's already been, held for other uses. Maybe you have defaulted to 2 banks. Each of those banks will be looking for where you have the money and all that. And wherever they have it, they just take it. Once it's been taken, that is off your balance. You don't have that amount in it. And then the next bank again that you have defaulted to go around and try to check. That the most important thing is to instill discipline within the financial system. So wherever you have money, it is your money as long as you can trace it to your BVN. BVN will be the key factor here that can tie it to the ownership of that money. As long as it is your money, which wherever bank that money stays in and you are defaulted, the system will be
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Zegbe.
If I may add what said, typically, once any sum of money is encumbered, it's usually not available to the customer. So usually, for such funds, it won't be funds that a customer can access on his own. And so what the GSI will simply do is look around for all the monies that are available to you as a customer that you have access to. And anyone that is encumbered, usually the practice at the times is that it's not within reach for the customer at the time.
Okay. All right. Someone has a question, and this can only be for the CBN. Will there be a unified exchange rate system, Mr. Jimo?
I am not prepared for that question here, honestly speaking. Honestly, I don't have the answer to that one.
Can I ask Mr. Jimo a question?
Yes, yeah, right.
Okay, so this system we put in place now to help in recovering loans that people have taken from banks and they defaulted on, can it be applied to fraudsters?
In what sense?
So there is a fraud that has taken place in one particular bank, but that fraudster has basically emptied his account, so we can't recover the money from that bank. But somehow, through BVN, we can track that he has monies in other banks. Can the money still be recovered? So in one particular case, they are recovering a loan, but in this particular case, we are recovering something that is not even a loan, that was taken forcefully. Can it be applied to it? Is this something that's been given consideration?
Well, first we need to dimension this question because I know, what brought about this. Now, if there is an established, fraud case in a bank, the policy that we have now on BVN is that particular customer should be watch listed. Because the bank will identify that there is a fraud established through the law code that there is a fraud, and then you go and watch list the customer, basically to alert other banks to be very wary of banking this particular customer. Now, in a case where money is taken into an account, and then the fraudster has emptied the account, right? And then it's now established that the money is sitting on another bank. For example, the money is transferred. The money could be transferred to another bank, or the money could be withdrawn cash, and so it's out of the system. Now, if it is established that the money has gone to another bank, we have an internal mechanism for tracking the money to that account and blocking the account so that the owner can come forward to challenge why the account is blocked. And then that case can be brought forward. That's another one. Now, the other way that this thing can be implemented, and that has to be bank-to-bank arrangement, is where the money is stolen from one bank and taken to another, and then that account is empty. Now, if you pass a debit, which is the recovery process now, if you pass a debit to that account, if, for example, you ask the customer to come and explain why this money came to the account and why the money has been taken, and the customer refuses, and you pass a debit, which is the recovery you are trying to do now, and it throws the account into negative, it becomes an OD, it becomes a loan. And once that happens, then that bank should have the latitude to apply the GSI to say, look, you are now owing me because your account is in debit, and anywhere I get it, I will take it. But it has to be with the consent of the customer. The reason I'm saying this is that I know the issue that you are discussing now, and we're still trying to find a very smooth way of getting this thing resolved. A situation where there's a glitch in the system and somebody's account is credited erroneously, and then the customer, knowing that this is an erroneous credit, refuses to refund the money, and it takes the money and disappears from the system. The BVN system will enable us to trace the customer, and we will be able to watch list the customer. I think the pain of watch listing is enough for the customer to come forward and rectify that account. But now, I am not sure you can apply the GSI because it's not a loan. The other bank has not granted it a loan. The guy only withdrew from his account. Unless you can establish, that this is a fraud, then you can apply the GSI.
Okay, thank you.
I think we'll probably just take one last question because I'm being told that we're almost out of time. Only for the transaction to subsequently reverse.
Sorry,
there is also the issue of.
Can you start all over? Your mic was muted somehow.
Okay, I'll start again. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So digital banking is great, but how do you deal with the issue of reversals? For instance, several times I have made online transfers, sent evidence of same to the rest.
Welcome back from the breakout sessions. I do hope that at least your needs were met, your expectations were met as you interrogated those issues with our moderator and panelists. Obviously, a plethora of things to deal with, and we continue that conversation tomorrow, and I'll be talking a lot more about that as we begin to round up proceedings for today. And before I go on to some other announcements, I want to again thank all our sponsors for their partnership. It's really because of your partnership that we're able to do what we're doing over the course of today and of course tomorrow. So thank you again for your partnership with the NBA section on business law. And I want to encourage you again before you leave this evening to please check out the Expo tab. Again, I mentioned that earlier, our exhibitors are available to engage with you. If you haven't checked that out yet, please just before you leave, do your best to do so. And just to preview what is coming up tomorrow, we have, of course, as you can imagine, more presentations. We're going to get an update on the activities of the NBA section on business law in terms of the initiatives they're involved in. So if you have an interest in what is happening here, you don't want to miss that session. And we're actually kicking off that tomorrow with that session. And of course, we'll have breakout sessions as we've had today. Quite a lot to cover in those sessions. So depending on your interest, again, you'll have the opportunity to join those breakout sessions. And then we also have one of the highlights of tomorrow, a debate, and the focus is the next normal practice in a borderless legal profession. So with all that has happened with the public health challenge in Nigeria and of course in the rest of the world, the legal profession also has to adapt, has to innovate, and we'll be hearing more about that in that debate session. So you don't want to miss that, and of course everything else that is coming up tomorrow. I just want to also highlight that tomorrow we start at 10 o'clock, but I want to encourage you to join the platform, the Hopin platform by 9:45 and take advantage of it. So you can check out the exhibitions like I mentioned earlier. You can do some speed networking as well. So explore the site, see what it's all for you. So make the most of the opportunity. And I think with that, I want to say thank you again for joining us today, and we look forward to having you tomorrow.
On behalf of my partners and colleagues at Templars, I welcome everyone to the 14th Annual Business Law E-Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association section on business law.
The NBA section on business law is one of the specialist sections of the Nigerian Bar Association, set up to galvanize and support the professional development of Nigerian business lawyers. One of the hallmarks of its achievements thus far has been the NBASBL annual conference. Year on year, business lawyers gather to discuss critical issues impacting the quality of the practice, their influence on the business community that they serve, and generally the development of the Nigerian economy.
This year, in continuation of this tradition, the SBL has put together yet another very well-packaged conference with extremely compelling content and a faculty of very distinguished, accomplished, and knowledgeable speakers. The theme for this year's conference, Business Unusual, Digital Acceleration for Growth in a New World, is not only apposite, but it also goes to confirm the status of SBL as a trailblazer and also a thought leader in matters concerning contemporary legal practice in Nigeria and indeed on the continent of Africa. We at Templars remain extremely delighted to be headline sponsor of this conference, and we are committed to continuing our partnership with the SBL as it continues in its quest to raise the standard of commercial law practice in Nigeria.
This is 2020, a year in which the whole world has had to pause. The Olympics have been postponed, international and national conferences and conventions have been rescheduled and in many cases even cancelled. And yet here we are at the NBASBL. We're not here by fluke. We're here because of the resilience, focus and foresight of the SBL. All attributes which resonate with Templars. In fact, these are attributes which go to the very heart of our ethos as a firm. Our theme this year could not be any more relevant. In these unprecedented times, all over the world, businesses and individuals have had to embrace technology in order to go about their daily lives and to keep the economy moving. As we move on in the year, Nigerian business lawyers and the Nigerian business community at large have to be innovative and look into harnessing this technology and the digital world in order to keep our economy going as well. Fortunately, at Templars, we were forward-thinking enough to have implemented many of these protocols in advance. And like many of you, these rely on the digital world. We have found them to be useful, and they've enabled all of our lawyers to continue to provide a seamless service to our clients. And this is the attitude that we will have to take going forward.
For me, it continues to be a source of pride and immense personal satisfaction to see the SBL making such remarkable and impactful strides. And the fact that this is the very first virtual conference to be organized by the Nigeria Bar Association is a significant milestone for which the Council of the SBL, led by Mr. Sheni Adio, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, must be roundly commended.
Enjoy the conference, and please don't forget to make the most of the virtual networking platforms. I wish you a fruitful conference and congratulate the NBASBL for holding its first virtual conference.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your sacrifice.
Thank you, our doctors and nurses.
Thank you, doctors and nurses.
Thank you, doctors and nurses.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you to all frontline workers.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Thank you isn't enough.
Thank you for keeping us safe.
Over the past few years, the NBASBL has focused on two main objectives: building the capacity of lawyers to support businesses and providing a bridge between business and government. The initiatives which I would like to outline today support these goals. The first is the SBL Business Law Competency Framework. The Business Law Competency Framework was put together to identify and describe the competencies, that is, behaviors, skills, and knowledge required for a business lawyer to be successful in her field. Smarter Regulatory Framework was birthed from the proceedings of the 13th Annual Business Law Conference. Smarter regulation delivers clearly defined, measurable policy objectives in the least burdensome way through a transparent, objective, and consultative process. The Smarter Regulatory Framework provides an immediate tool for analysis of government regulations and laws. I wish you successful deliberations at our first virtual conference. Thank you.
Check. Hey. Check. 1, 2, check. Hey. Check. My check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check. 1, 2. My check. 1, 2. Is it okay now? You need to use your headphone too.
Now, if you off the platform, okay.
Shut down.
If you are shut, okay, it sounds like a shut down. They are shut down tomorrow morning. Let's resume by 8:30.
Mr. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. They can hear you.
No, don't do that.